Well, good morning and welcome to the second day of the Community Mental Health Australia National NDIS and Mental Health Conference. I'm Tori Shepherd. I'll be your MC for today, and I'd like to acknowledge that we're broadcasting from lands of the Kaurna people, land never ceded, and acknowledge the elders past, present and emerging. A little bit of housekeeping. We're on Adelaide time, so that's Australian Central Daylight Saving Time. So all of the times will be in that time. Check your watches, do the calculations. If you have any questions about using the online platform, there is a how-to video in the conference extras tab on the left-hand side of your screen. And you can get in touch with us through the chat section in the activity section. If you need any kind of debrief, if anything here distresses you at all, or if you'd like to talk to a peer worker at any stage, go to the virtual exhibition booth and click on the LEWP button, start a conversation, and somebody will be there to talk to you. And now I'm going to hand you over to Jeff Harris.
Thanks, Tori, and welcome. Here for another day. We came back. It's good to see you did. First, I'd like to acknowledge the people with lived experience who are participating in this, and also people with lived experience who've paved the way for the conversations that we're having. Also, I'd like to thank Uniting Communities. They've hosted us here in the Nerve Centre. That's what I call it. Not sure anyone else does, but
we will now, Jeff.
But it's been really helpful for us to be in here, and Uniting Communities have put up with us for a day now and another day to go. So look, I think yesterday was a pretty big day. There were a lot of tough and important issues that were discussed, both in the keynotes, but also in the panels and other speakers. And today, I think, might be bigger, but we'll see. And don't leave early today, because we've got some really good things coming right near the end. We do have a panel of some of the keynote speakers. And of course, we've got Bill Guy, the CEO of CMHA, to summarise the day. So please stick around, make yourselves comfortable and strap in for another big day. Thank you.
Yeah, as Jeff said, there was a lot yesterday and even more today, so stay tuned. And to kick us off, I'd like to introduce Martin Hoffman, who's the CEO of the National Disability Insurance Agency, for some opening remarks.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be with you today and to have the opportunity, on behalf of Minister Stuart Robert, to welcome you to today's session of this important conference. I wish to acknowledge the great contribution of Community Mental Health Australia in representing the state and territory-based community health industry organisations at the national level. I appreciate your membership of our National Mental Health Sector Reference Group and involvement in the NDIS CEO Forum. The NDIA is committed to strong engagement across the disability sector. Psychosocial disability is an important part of our work and focus. The feedback and advice you provide to the NDIA is valuable in keeping us informed about emerging issues in the psychosocial disability space. While the NDIS only supports participants with psychosocial disability and those issues of permanence and significance, it's important to know why, and that we recognise the role we play to mental health support overall. We provide psychosocial support to people with severe and persistent psychosocial disabilities. At 30th of September, there were over 40,000 participants with psychosocial disability in the scheme. And over the past 2 years, there have been approximately 13,000 new participants admitted each year. This illustrates that the scheme is delivering on its obligations for participants with psychosocial disability. Our strategic advisor on mental health and psychosocial, Jerry Norton, will provide you with a detailed analysis of how the scheme is performing for psychosocial disability in his keynote address later this morning. I know last year independent assessments had great interest from the sector. The introduction of these assessments focuses on equity and consistency for participants, no matter who and where they are. For some time, the psychosocial disability sector has highlighted the inconsistencies in the assessment of eligibility for the scheme, and those who are better resourced sometimes seem to have a better chance of getting the right evidence to demonstrate they meet the disability requirements. They've argued strongly for a new approach which will address this inequity and provide more consistency. Independent assessments will enable the assessor to gather available information and use a suite of validated assessment tools to address the level of functional impairment and environmental barriers for people with mental health issues. This will reduce the costs on the applicant with mental health issues, as independent assessments are fully funded by the NDIA. It's important to repeat that the independent assessment is an important input to the decision by the agency delegate about eligibility and then about planning, and the participants can bring other information and evidence to their planning meeting to help develop their goals and meet their needs with their planner. We have a number of consultation papers, including one on independent assessments, currently available for feedback on our website. I encourage you to look at these consultation papers if you haven't already and let us know your views. Feedback for these changes closes on the 23rd of February. Finally, I'd like to mention that the NDIA is encouraged by the work of the Productivity Commission and their final report's recommendation, Christine Morgan's work on suicide prevention, and the Prime Minister's and National Cabinet's commitment to the development of a national agreement on mental health. This emerging policy work is very helpful to us in the agency in our ongoing work in psychosocial disability. I hope you enjoy today's presentations and discussions, find the rest of the conference useful and a place for frank and meaningful discussion. Thank you for the opportunity this morning.
So the camera has dropped out. They've just gone to a slide.
Okay, do you want me to just do?
I'm asking them if they can view her in chat. Sorry about that. What's that?
Hello. Hi, good morning. I hope everyone can hear me. Please let me know if you can't. I think we're experiencing some tech issues, so I'm going to introduce myself today. My name's Louise Byrne. I've been working in designated lived experience roles for about 16 years now, 11 of those working specifically on research into lived experience workforce development, which is why I was asked to speak today. I'm just going to share my screen and some PowerPoints with you today and walk through some of the key learnings that I've had over the last decade and a bit. Okay, so that screen doesn't really show you very much, so we'll just move right on. As I mentioned, I work from the perspective of my ongoing experiences of significant mental health challenges, service use, and periods of healing. And before we start, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're respectively meeting today. In my case, I'm on Darumbal country, which is a beautiful part of the world that I grew up in. And I'd like to pay my very sincere respects to elders past, present, and still emerging, including all the many inspiring and generous First Nations people who have guided me and lent wisdom to my personal and professional journey. I'd also like to acknowledge all First Nations people in attendance today. I would of course like to acknowledge all the folk attending who have their own lived experience and to pay respect to the giants who came before us, blazing these trails and upon whose shoulders we stand. I do realise that many of you have watched some fantastic talks already yesterday around lived experience, but I don't want to inadvertently leave folk behind. So I am going to assume relatively low levels of knowledge and just start with a little breakdown of what I see as the key why for lived experience workforce. Why does it matter? So there are various forms of consumer involvement, but they all effectively share principles to Sherry Arnstein's ladder of citizen participation, which most or all of you will be familiar with. And that's looking at non-participation through to tokenism, through to actual citizen power and empowerment. So adequately resourced and supported designated lived experience roles provide meaningful opportunities for participation at levels of empowerment, which in turn provides opportunity for meaningful impact. So why is it important for lived experience folk to have impact? Well, back in the day, when it was emerging as a discipline, the field of mental health largely adopted the paradigms, the philosophies, and the practices of the general health area, as well as the approaches to intervention, which very much focus on doing to the individual. However, as many of us realise, thoughts and emotions, of course, can't be fixed from the outside. Even within the general health space, there's a growing understanding that if someone isn't actively engaged with their treatment and the ideas behind their treatment, outcomes for them will not be as good. Meaningful outcomes in mental health, particularly, are reliant on real collaboration and even direction from the individual affected. For me, as a non-Indigenous native English speaker, it was essential in my early career in the community sector to become conscious of my own privilege. Working in Indigenous-led organisations, my managers, supervisors and colleagues opened my eyes to ways of viewing and experiencing life that had been largely invisible to me. After working for around 10 years in organisations predominantly staffed by First Nations people, I still have only a small sense of what it is to experience our society from an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander lens. I would never claim to be able to represent First Nations perspectives, to speak on behalf of Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people, or consider myself an appropriate person to decide what is needed from an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander perspective. Similarly, in the mental health sector, lived experience workers in designated roles have quite literally lived these experiences. As a result, we see and know in ways that it's impossible for outsiders to see and know. We understand and have felt the inside stuff that's happening during recovery, or what lived experience folk often like to call healing and transformation. Now we come to a common conceptual barrier to acceptance of lived experience work. Doesn't everyone have a lived experience? Why do we need these roles? To be in a designated lived experience role, the lived experience itself must be significant enough to have changed your life as you knew it and taken you in an entirely new direction. It's about hitting the ground face first and needing to reconsider everything that you thought you knew. Importantly, you have to be willing to be publicly out as having a mental health challenge and potentially face negative attitudes as a result. By being vulnerable and potentially facing discrimination in your work and in your personal life, it creates more equal power relationships with people accessing services who are facing many of the same issues. We often refer to lived experience roles as being designated because these are roles in which having a lived or living experience of mental health challenge, service use, and healing is essential, is core within the position description. People in designated lived experience roles are being employed specifically to use their lived experience perspective as their predominant lens. This is distinct from others in the workplace who may happen to have a lived experience but are employed within non-designated roles. For example, mental health nurses, social workers, psychologists, and so on. People in these more, what we call traditional roles, are employed to draw from the theories and practices of whatever discipline they've trained in. So while their lived experience may and likely does influence their views, this is not the primary lens and may in fact at times clash with the views of the discipline they are required to work from. In designated lived experience roles, you have to be willing to use your emotions and your emotional learning as a key feature of your work role. This can be draining and is often not well understood by others. It's also often not well understood in work planning, and time is often not allowed for people to take time to really recover after going to some often very traumatic moments in their own history in order to really connect with somebody who's struggling today. However, lived experience roles are not only informed by an individual's experience with challenge, support, or even recovery. Importantly, lived experience workers need to be connected with the broader thinking around lived experience to understand not only our individual experiences, but also the collective experiences and the collective thinking, which has developed and become more sophisticated after decades and many thousands of people have put time and effort into refining these ideas. Lived experience workers need to know how to connect with others over similar experiences and use our stories in ways that are useful to them. These ways of connection are focused on creating rapport, building moments of hope. Lived experience workers need not only to have an illness experience, but to know how to draw from that experience, to have learned how to build a life that's meaningful, and to have turned the experience into expertise. From a policy and funding perspective, there are pragmatic reasons to embrace lived experience workforce development as well. National standards for the mental health services already provide clear directions to actively engage people with a lived experience in participatory roles. The latest version of Safety and Quality Standard 2, Partnering with Consumers, which you can see the title of, has placed a greater emphasis on the need for meaningful collaboration with people with a lived experience. Most recently, as everyone's probably aware, the Productivity Commission and the Royal Commission into Victoria's mental health system have strong recommendations around more thought out, supported lived experience workforce development. All of these directives follow on from decades of national mental health plans and policies with increasing emphasis on meaningful engagement of people with a lived experience and the creation of designated lived experience roles. Driving this growing emphasis in policy and funding, significant research shows us many benefits when lived experience roles are effectively recruited and supported. The concept of recovery as the underpinning and informing mental health service delivery is frequently referred to in funding and national policies. However, recovery as a concept is still relatively new to mental health professionals and to the mental health system. Recovery principles were in fact devised and promoted, championed for quite a long time before they were taken up by the mental health system by people with a lived experience. People in designated lived experience roles deeply understand and exemplify recovery. They also promote increased recovery understanding and engagement throughout the organisations that they're employed within. Similarly, for reasons that are probably obvious, person-centred or person-directed care has been found to increase significantly when lived experience roles are effectively employed within organisations. Organisations with significant, well-supported lived experience roles have also reported significant reduction in both inpatient readmission and length of service. In some organisations where clients have also had experiences of incarceration, there have also been dramatic drops of reincarceration. Colleagues of lived experience workers employed in non-designated or more traditional mental health roles have described lived experience presence within the workplace, contributing to greater understanding for them, best practice within their own roles increasing, particularly in relation to understanding recovery and building authentic relationships with people accessing services. They also said they felt freed to focus on their discipline-specific skills more and to utilise these skills more in their work. Designated lived experience roles have also been seen to be successful in the engagement of people accessing services that no one else could effectively reach or build rapport with. Lived experience will also seem to fill a gap and even contribute to the rebuilding of community for people accessing services. Lived experience have been seen to frequently provide assistance to people accessing services in navigating the mental health system from the perspective of having once also utilised the system. So hopefully that's fairly persuasive. So we can move on to what can lived experience roles actually do. So lived experience roles are often mistakenly thought of as only being peer support roles. And while peer support roles are an incredibly important part of the workforce and do comprise the largest component of the workforce, there are also various other roles, and these other roles are also rapidly increasing. Peer support roles do provide one-on-one support. They walk with people who are currently experiencing distress. Many years ago, I was lucky enough to work in a peer support role, and it's an incredible experience and has a very different dynamic to the way that traditional services often approach engaging and building relationship with people. Peer support workers often commonly run groups and can provide lived experience perspective as part of a multidisciplinary team. Lived experience trainers is another type of role that's increasingly been contracted or employed within large organisations to provide ongoing attention to recovery concepts and being person-centred. Some universities employ lived experience lecturers as part of the mental health curriculum. There are also a growing number of roles focused on designing, conducting and reporting research, including positions in both non-government and government health services, as well as university-based lived experience researchers like myself. In some of the largest hospital and health services, particularly in New South Wales, Victoria and Queensland, lived experience management roles are increasingly being employed as part of the executive management team and throughout other layers of management within the organisation. They can sit on governance boards, contributing to the strategic direction of the organisation and helping to guide the development of the lived experience workforce. Lived experience management at many large non-government organisations also contribute in similar ways and to policy and service design. Lived experience management across various organisational types provides supervision to lived experience workers to aid role clarity, which is a key issue and will come up again and again. So there are loads of benefits and lots of things that lived experience workers can contribute and do, but there are also barriers to lived experience workforce development. Some of these barriers are really the result of stereotypes or myths about the workforce. And a lot of this, frankly, is still coming from stereotypes and prejudicial attitudes towards people with a lived experience. The stigma around mental health has not, unfortunately, gone away. So some of these stereotypes or myths include concerns about lived experience workers being somehow more fragile or less reliable than other workers. However, research has shown that when talking to management with significant experience employing lived experience workers, this was not the case. They did not consider staff absenteeism or burnout a special issue for lived experience workers. On the contrary, some participants described lived experience workers as having a greater capacity for self-management because they tend to be more proactive about their mental health and, key, more willing to let people know when things are getting a bit wonky, to seek help, to take time if they need to. Some of the managers that we spoke to talked about lived experience workers influencing the culture of people in non-designated roles and in fact encouraging those folk to start to speak more openly and sooner about challenges that they were experiencing, and they felt there was a whole of cultural shift as a result. Possibly one of the more interesting findings, I thought at least, was that some organisations talked about initially not having the greatest experience with lived experience roles, and typically they had brought one person into the organisation with very poor understanding of the role, and that person was very isolated. When they looked at these organisations, at their recruitment processes, including the way that the role was designed and what they were looking for in a lived experience worker, their recruitment processes, the issues were largely resolved. Making sure that the position was substantial enough to be interesting to people who also had the complementary skills and abilities needed to be successful made a huge difference. We talk about this as the right person for the job, as opposed to plonking someone into a position. Being clear on what the worker would bring to the organisation was also very helpful. Building relationships with lived experience leaders, organisations, peak bodies, and referring to lived experience-led research and other sources helped to clarify what the role could bring and how to design the role so that it was going to be effective and well supported. Lived experience-led professional supervision, probably unsurprisingly, also helps very much to provide role clarity for workers, particularly when they may be a small part of the workforce surrounded by other folk who don't necessarily know a lot about what it is that they're doing. A big barrier, possibly the biggest, is that despite the progress that we have been making, stigma, prejudicial attitudes, discrimination do still exist. And while lived experience roles are a powerful way, and probably the most powerful way, to challenge these negative beliefs, the lived experience worker is at the pointy edge of that wedge and is also exposed to the attitudes they're challenging. Good understanding of the roles and championing from management and other colleagues can alleviate the professional isolation some lived experience workers face. Mutual understanding and respect from both people in lived experience roles and people in non-designated roles creates opportunity for collaboration and understanding that can really benefit people accessing services. This is where we get to a truly multidisciplinary environment where all the skills that could assist someone are available, and available in a way that is cohesive and available to work together for the best benefit of that human being. As you'll see on the screen, lived experience work is unique and different, and lived experience practice is very much informed by values that need to be understood by organisations and embedded in the position descriptions. These values and the authentic and unique practices of lived experience workers need to be protected by the organisation to ensure lived experience workers' role clarity and the integrity of the roles is not eroded or co-opted. Role creep, what we're calling role creep, unfortunately happens all too frequently when people in non-designated positions, including human resource personnel, management, and other colleagues, don't understand the roles and the value of the lived experience work. There's often pressure from people in non-designated roles for the lived experience worker or workers to act and do in ways which are inauthentic and contradict these values. So, luckily, we have a solution. While ultimately, whole of workforce understanding is essential for effective lived experience workforce development, research strongly indicates that executive and senior management commitment and action is critical, particularly during the early stages, the establishing stages, to ensure the success of the roles. Exposure to lived experience roles and concepts increases understanding of the work. That makes sense. If you see, then you gain a better idea of what is going on. That greater understanding of the lived experience work leads to a higher or an increased perceived value. So people who are understanding the work better are consequently putting greater value on lived experience work and principles. The higher the perceived value and understanding by management, the greater the degree of commitment and action demonstrated by organisations. I think this is a truism. When meaningful organisational commitment is demonstrated as a result of management, exposure, and consequent understanding, we find the following things. Management actively champions lived experience roles to ensure the uniqueness of the work is protected. So people aren't sort of plonked into a position and left to fend for themselves, but they have people that are strong allies, and particularly people in positions of power who are going to ensure that the work is successful. Organisations employ sufficient numbers of designated lived experience workers, including lived experience management roles, so that the work and that the unique perspectives have a chance to actually influence the larger culture and aren't swallowed up by what already exists. Given the strong potential for lived experience roles to progress national reform priorities like being more recovery orientated, more person directed, this is really critical for any organisation and a great benefit for any organisation and for any people accessing services. We also find that when the organisational commitment is demonstrated, the organisation creates processes and systems to effectively support lived experience roles. This, of course, involves that understanding process having happened earlier, and those networks and that building of relationship with lived experience sources. As a result of all these things and the integration of lived experience in a way that is meaningful, when lived experience is embedded rather than expected to fit in to the existing culture, a culture of learning, innovation, and self-reflection is fostered. And this in turn creates a safer work environment for all workers, where that influence of being able to, safer to, discuss and disclose times in life when things are getting tough for any individual, that becomes a reality for more people within the workplace. So this is a bit of a busy slide, but in a nutshell, organisational commitment in turn helps shift workplace culture. Workplace culture is, of course, the attitudes and beliefs of the people within the workplace. And the attitudes and beliefs of people in the workplace, of course, have a huge influence on the way people treat each other, the way that they interact with each other, and ultimately how they collaborate or co-produce with each other. So a workplace culture that has strong organisational commitment to lived experience, principles and workforce development leads to greater acceptance and welcoming of people with lived experience. And this is the exciting bit. This is not just an accepting and welcoming of people in lived experience roles, but also a greater valuing of the knowledge and expertise of people accessing services, of their own views and knowledge and expertise in their own experience. And this also influences the way that people in non-designated roles who happen to have a lived experience can be viewed and valued. This welcoming and accepting culture is achieved by committing to genuinely person-directed service delivery and a process of learning with lived experience experts both within and without the organisation. Again, referring to lived experience organisations, experts and research and other sources in the design and development of the lived experience workforce, including position descriptions. The creation of lived experience management roles, I cannot say this too many times, is absolutely critical to provide ongoing guidance for lived experience workforce development. You don't know what you don't know, but the lived experience manager does know. And that's what their role is, to provide effective role clarity, not only to the organisation, but to the individual, to be there in-house as a lived experience specific supervisor. The lived experience management roles also ensure and provide a bit of a buffer zone, particularly during earlier stages of lived experience workforce development, to ensure that the work is understood and the authenticity is preserved. So understanding lived experience work, of course, is not a one-off thing. This is a dramatically different way of doing business from the ways that we've been viewing mental health for a long time. And any change takes time. Change management takes time. And like any good change management, this needs to be revisited in a range of ways. And lived experience management embedded at various levels of the organisation is, of course, a very good way to achieve this, probably the best. Active promotion and support for the value of lived experience workers is also really critical in influencing workplace culture. And this requires championing or allies at all levels of the organisation. This includes leading towards a situation in which everyone in the organisation accepts lived experience work as core to business, as a given, and not an optional add-on. It really requires a philosophical shift, and when that philosophical shift is achieved, the lived experience, again, of all people, the people accessing services, people in lived experience roles, and people in designated roles with lived experience, is given a greater priority, and it's respected in a way that it absolutely is not across the board most of the time now. Another way, apart from lived experience management, to ensure that this workplace culture shift or workplace culture attention is given is periodic whole of workforce training on lived experience work, values, and benefits. That was a long one. So today, of course, I can only provide you with a pretty broad glance of the topic. If you would like more on the brass tacks of designing and supporting an effective lived experience workforce, and I very much hope that you leave here today fired up and ready to learn much, I have numerous academic articles available on ResearchGate, but they're often a bit dry, aren't they, academic articles? So it's probably easier to find the information which has all been repackaged for industry in documents like the Queensland Framework for the Development of the Mental Health Lived Experience Workforce. In the Queensland Framework, my wonderful team and I emphasised best practice benchmarks and examples, as well as resources that you can access to assist in achieving the goals that are identified within the framework. The framework is actually comprised of a suite of documents. So there's the main document, which gives as much detail as you might wish. There's also a summary document, which is for the lazy readers like me. There's a document which is a complementary document, which provides details on role titles, role descriptions, and how to design various types of lived experience positions. And that's seen to be used in conjunction with the framework. There's also, what you're seeing now, a lovely poster summarising the key areas in lived experience workforce development. All these documents can be downloaded from the Queensland Mental Health Commission website. So in addition to understanding lived experience work, making tangible long-term commitment to workforce development, what we've just talked about, and fostering a workplace culture that's accepting and promotes meaningful collaboration between designated lived experience and non-designated roles, there are a number of other key areas to consider. Just one moment. Increasingly, we're understanding how important diversity and inclusion is for any service. Our community is comprised of people with very diverse experiences, cultural backgrounds, and abilities. And it makes only the greatest sense that our services need to reflect that in the employment of people, particularly people in lived experience roles. For some people, their experiences of their culture might actually be a stronger, I guess, feeling of alienation or not having connection with services than their lived experience alone. So this work and other work, because it has been an area that's been relatively neglected until now, is making a really strong statement about the need for diversity and inclusion as a key area going forward. One thing that we have come across, which is very important, is that it's not an either-or situation. So to employ somebody in a lived experience role who comes from and is able to represent and connect with people from diverse backgrounds and identifications and experiences, they need both. They need to both have a lived experience of mental health challenges, the mental health system, and all of the things that can go along with that, as well as those diverse experiences. So an either-or approach leaves out some critical component of connection and rapport building with that individual and ultimately reduces how positive their outcomes are able to be. Importantly, having a diverse workforce just shifts people's attitudes generally. We need targeted strategies, yes, in terms of helping people to embrace and understand how valuable diversity and inclusion is. But like with lived experience roles more generally, being in a workplace where people come from diverse perspectives, where they're looking through diverse lenses, over time just helps everybody to gain a better understanding of various ways of seeing and being, and actually improves all workers' ability to build therapeutic relationships with people from a much broader range of backgrounds and experiences. Adequately resourcing and ensuring that there's adequate ongoing professional development and training for opportunities for lived experience workers is also really critical. What we found is that at times, even when the rest of the organisation has gotten to know, understand and value lived experience workers, if the human resources component of the organisation is left out of the loop, then the way that policies and position descriptions are written can be inappropriate and at times obstructive or creating barriers for the workers. Human resources personnel, when brought into the picture, can become passionate advocates for lived experience workers. They can at least have the skills, understanding and knowledge to do what they need to do for the lived experience workforce effectively. One of the ways that we found that organisations, particularly in the United States, are approaching this is by employing people with a lived experience, designated lived experience roles within the human resource departments. In smaller organisations, this can happen through not collaboration, but contracting with people to come in and touch base and be a part of different stages of the human resource policy, position description, development, that kind of thing. One of the other critical issues we've often found is that professional development and training is often neglected for lived experience workers. The pay rate of many lived experience workers is, let's be honest, dismal. And as a result, the professional development and training is often not considered either. This comes back to the point I was making earlier about the need for the whole workforce, including and especially executive management, to see and understand lived experience as core to business and not an additional add-on. Because when it's believed to be and treated like an additional add-on, we get really substandard conditions for the workers, and we also get very reduced benefits for the organisation, for colleagues, and probably most importantly, for people accessing services. The other really big key area that we've addressed, not only in this framework, but across the research, is that there is a great need for further development, including, and I know you've heard it from me before today, but greater emphasis on lived experience management and leadership roles. If the only voice that lived experience ever has is at that face-to-face delivery level, and they do not have any authority or ability to create impact earlier on in service design or in the ways that the organisation is moving forward, then there will always be a gap in how meaningfully lived experience can be incorporated, embedded, and ultimately synthesised within the organisation. There needs to be greater access to lived experience specific funding, and this includes funding bodies also having lived experience involvement, people sitting on funding bodies to help inform the way that funding is designed. And again, this just makes total sense, because one of the issues that we have had both here and in the States is that some wonderful opportunities, or what have looked like wonderful opportunities, have not actually been all that great because the funders and the funding design or directors did not understand lived experience work. So the way that the funding was written and what people had to do was in contradiction with lived experience values and didn't embrace the unique benefits of the work. The other big things that we need, and this harks back to the diversity and inclusion issue, is attention to more culturally appropriate language and concepts, so that when we're talking about lived experience and mental health, we're able to talk more fluently in ways that are more accessible to people from a broader range of backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, and particularly and most obviously in Australia, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities don't use the term mental health, they're using the term social and emotional well-being. So how well are the people on the ground and how well are our lived experience workers understanding how important it is to have a broad vocabulary and understanding of different ways of conceptualizing mental health so that they can talk effectively with people from a broad range of backgrounds that are accessing services. The other big issue really is the development of lived experience work in rural and regional areas. I am still based in a regional area, actually in a rural area where I grew up, and I'm a great advocate for the need for greater attention to our areas. In the case of lived experience, to me, there could be nothing more common sense than having folks from the community trained, equipped, and able to provide support to other people within their community. Living, in the bush, living in the beach in remote areas, it's a very different way of life. It's a different way of viewing. And it's certainly a place where that person-to-person connection is critical, because there are many less opportunities for people to connect with broader networks. And there is, of course, the difficulty of being known, as I was as a teenager, throughout your entire community as having mental health challenges. It's very lonely, it can be very isolating. And like with all mental health and health services, our rural and regional areas miss out. So I do think that it's one of the big areas that we need to be looking at, and it's an area where it makes so much sense to invest. So what's next? Sometime this year, the National Mental Health Commission will release the National Lived Experience (PEER) Workforce Development Guidelines, which was also written by my team and I. And while these guidelines are underpinned by the same principles that I've just discussed and much of the same research, it takes a different perspective from the Queensland framework in that it's emphasising stages of development rather than aiming for best practice. So different organisations can look at these stages of development and can see where they may presently fit in terms of the maturity of their lived experience workforce development and what is needed to develop further. The key areas are, of course, consistent with the earlier work. If you're interested in more from me, here's some places you can go. I believe we have time for questions. Thank you so much for your time today. I feel really honoured and grateful that you are willing to hopefully sit through and listen to the whole thing.
Louise, I think it's us who are probably honoured and grateful to have heard such a comprehensive report from you. Thank you. And also thank you for introducing yourself. We did have a slight technical difficulty at this end. So thanks again. And we do have a bunch of questions from those people who've been listening. First of all, there's a question about how funders can help. So funders of services, for example, a state funder of an NGO, is there a way they'll be able to specify in their models or contracts that could motivate service providers to create the right workplace culture to support lived experience?
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, good.
Yes, please do, because that's what we're identifying as actually one of the critical issues going forward, that there's still a bit of a lukewarm kind of acceptance of lived experience roles. And as I was saying, until people are exposed to the work, there's going to be, and those myths and stereotypes are going to keep up. But if the funders can work with lived experience leaders, peak bodies, the existing research to look at, okay, what is lived experience work? How can we frame this in a way that insists on not only lived experience involvement, but quality lived experience involvement and well-supported lived experience involvement? There's a great appetite in the lived experience movement and within leadership to help contribute to these things. But I would say probably the easiest way to do it is bring someone on board onto the board or the body who has those expertise. Somebody very senior in the lived experience movement who can help guide those aspects of the funding design.
Do you think it could ever become like a precondition for funding that people do have that representation?
I very much hope so. What we're saying in the national guidelines, sneak peek everybody, is that we actually need a whole of sector, a systemic approach to lived experience workforce development. So what we've had are little ad hoc pockets where people could do what they do and don't feel like doing, but to be honest, it's never going to be meaningful, and it's never going to be across the board until and unless we have some clear directives about lived experience not being an optional add-on. It is core business. What else is it? If lived experience is not core business, what are we doing in mental health at all? If the lived experience of human beings accessing services and a reflection of that, the lived experience of workers, is not core to business, then what we're doing is always dealing with secondhand perspectives and ideas, and we're ignoring and neglecting the core issue, in my opinion.
And please feel free to keep those sneak peeks coming. Okay, another question from the audience. When operating in multidisciplinary teams, there can be a perception by other team members that lived experience workers are eroding or undermining boundaries and ethical considerations, such as selective self-disclosure. Are the boundaries for lived experience workers different and difficult to navigate?
Yes, and yes. Not necessarily for the lived experience worker, particularly, and I guess this is not something that I brought up, but training for lived experience workers is actually very important. I trained in intentional peer support many years ago now, and that still continues to influence everything that I do. I think good, authentic lived experience training is really critical in terms of the individual being able to maintain and understand boundaries. But this sort of comes back to that idea of understanding the workforce. So I know I repeat it over and over and over again, but it is so important when the people around you don't get what you're doing. They don't understand that, yes, it is different. It's different. It's not what you do. How I do as a peer worker or a lived experience worker is different from how you engage with someone else. It's a more organic relationship. It's a more natural relationship. Yes, there are boundaries. They might not look like the boundaries you put in place, but there are boundaries of a different type. And we're managing that with our skill set. And again, that sort of goes back to the need for lived experience management who are helping that understanding to grow consistently within the organisation. It also comes back to the need for lived experience-led supervision so that the organisation can just breathe out and say, okay, somebody who knows a lot more about lived experience work than we do is ensuring that this role clarity stuff is happening. I think that need to revisit and have ongoing conversations as well as training throughout the workplace about what lived experience work is and is not, how it's unique, how it's different, is a really critical part of moving forward. And until, again, we have that sort of really comprehensive attention to educating people and helping people understand, there will be this ongoing misunderstanding and this lack of acceptance for the roles.
I think it's really interesting that you call it intentional peer support as well. I can imagine sometimes roles can get blurry, which sort of takes us to the next question where someone's saying, do you think people should be able to describe themselves as peers even if their experience is as a carer, not as a mental health consumer?
Only if the role title and they are also clear that they are a carer peer, because I know that it's a controversial issue, but this is what it comes down to. Lots of people who access services, as in consumers, using the old language, have had really difficult relationships with their families. For quite a lot of those people, a lot of the trauma that they experienced and consequently the mental health challenges that they had were a direct result of their families. If you go up to someone as a carer peer or somebody who's coming from that slightly removed perspective and say, I'm a peer worker and I can talk with you, and you don't explain to them that your experience was actually supporting and walking alongside someone, when they do find that out, that can feel like a great betrayal, because many people who are in crisis, who are accessing services, it's very raw for them, and there can be some very strong feelings about who they do and don't want to talk to. And for a lot of people, particularly those who've had traumatic experiences or having difficult experiences with their family or significant others, that they're not ready, and that's not part of their journey at that time. And that can be really a disconnect for that person from the service use. The other thing is, and this is again what we've defined in the national guidelines, is that carer perspective is from that perspective of having walked beside and supported someone. And yes, life for people who've been in that position can be dramatically changed, significantly changed. Life as they knew it can change, absolutely. But it is a different perspective from having been the person experiencing services. It is different than in being involuntarily treated. It is different than often having some of your citizen or human rights removed from you. We cannot lump them in together. They are two very valuable but distinct perspectives, and it's incredibly important, not only to the consumer lived experience, but also to the carer lived experience roles, that we differentiate and value them for the very unique benefits that they both bring.
Louise, thank you so much for your time. We've got heaps more questions here that we're not going to get to today, but thanks again.
No worries, thank you.
And now we're going to hear from Dr. John Brayley. He's SA Health's Chief Psychiatrist, and he's going to be talking about psychosocial disability support and reducing the mortality of people receiving that support.
Hello. Hello. Hello, thank you very much for the opportunity to present at this conference today. My name is John Brayley, Chief Psychiatrist here in South Australia. The topic that I'm presenting on is psychosocial disability support and reducing the mortality of people who receive that support. Hello, thank you very much for the opportunity to present at this conference today. My name is John Brayley, Chief Psychiatrist here in South Australia. The topic that I'm presenting on is psychosocial disability support and reducing the mortality of people who receive that support. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge this land that we meet on today is the traditional lands for the Kaurna people, and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. As this is a national conference, I also wish to acknowledge traditional owners around the country. This is the context of today's presentation. Three particular areas of work that have occurred in our office. The first is the SA Mental Health Services Plan. This is work that we did in collaboration with the SA Mental Health Commission. It has three broad goals: personalisation of care, integration, and safety and quality. as part of improving safety and quality, there is a Towards Zero Suicide initiative. These initiatives that focus on engagement and follow up with people, when you look at evidence internationally and nationally, can lead to significant reductions in mortality for people who use services, 20%, 30%, in some cases higher than that, over 50%. So these are strategies that we're thinking about and implementing for our services, and are applicable across clinical services and non-government services. Suicide prevention, another area of work with the Office of the Premier's Advocate on Suicide Prevention, Wellbeing SA. There's been work in developing a suicide prevention bill, which is currently in consultation on the Your Say website here in South Australia. This bill focuses on a cross-government action. Suicide prevention can't reside only in health. And then there's the work on the NDIS Psychosocial Disability Transition Task Force. This task force has been looking at transitions, partnerships. It has people from state departments, services, Commonwealth departments, NDIA, NGOs, consumers and carers, statutory bodies are all sitting around discussing the risks of transition and how they might be managed. These areas of work provide background to some of the thoughts in this presentation today. Because I am going to be talking about suicide prevention, some of the themes can be distressing, and if that's the case, it's important that people speak to somebody, to a support person, and if needed, call a support line such as Lifeline. To start with, I'd like to spend some time looking at this slide. This slide is part of an AIHW publication from September 2020. It describes the leading causes of death for people with disability. You can see on the left, primary disability type, and then on the top, it's ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Of course, many people can have dual disabilities, and it's common for mental health problems to coexist with other disabilities. At the bottom, you can see for people with psychosocial disability in this group, and this is a group of NDA recipients. Suicide is the leading cause of death, followed by accidental poisoning, coronary heart disease. There are suicide prevention opportunities here, as well as opportunities to improve physical health and address premature mortality. We'll look at physical health first. This is a slide taken from information from the Commonwealth's Equally Well initiative about the health of people with mental illness. 4 out of every 5 people have coexisting physical illness. People are vulnerable because of their physical ill health. This is also particularly relevant at this time of the COVID pandemic, but you can see the list there: cardiovascular disease, respiratory disease, metabolic syndrome. I'm sure people are very familiar with those concerns. And from the same publication, people are 6 times more likely to die from cardiovascular disease, likely to die between 14 and 23 years earlier than the general population. This slide from Equally Well describes the influences on mental health and physical well-being, and a number of those influences, most of them actually extend beyond healthcare, and can be the focus of rehabilitation, disability support, so that lifestyle factors are addressed, and through the services that will help people, support people, help people work towards their goals, physical health can also improve and people can live a longer life. If we move to suicide prevention, this slide is the suicide data for Australia. So 2% of people die by suicide, and concerningly, you can see the increases here for all people, for males and females in suicide rates. Because of COVID, we are receiving more information about suicide than we have in the past. We're in the process of setting up a suicide register in South Australia. They already exist in other states such as Victoria and Queensland. Other states are working to have them. But as we've looked at our data, we can see that significant numbers of people who die by suicide have had contact with mental health services. And this is also an international observation. Approximately 30% are either in contact or have had contact within the previous 6 months. If you increase that to people who have ever had contact, according to our data, just over a 6-month period of looking at loss of life by suicide, it goes up to 47%. This doesn't include people who may also be seeing private practitioners. It indicates that for clinical services, there are significant opportunities to intervene. It goes back to the discussion about towards zero suicide initiatives. But the same applies for non-government services, because non-government services will have the engagement, the contact, working with people to their goals, delivering hope. And it's interesting, of course, that many of our non-government providers, for example, for the NDIS, are also suicide prevention providers in areas such as aftercare. So in many respects, disability support and rehabilitation can also be suicide prevention activities. It's for these reasons that people need to be trained. Now, this is a slide from the UK. It's a slide that belongs to Joe Rafferty from Merseycare, but it just illustrates the level of training in his organisation. Everyone in Merseycare gets trained. We've heard recently that NDIA staff will be trained in suicide prevention. I think you could make the case that every disability support worker should have training in suicide prevention. And as you can see in this slide, there's different levels. It might be tailored towards different responses and engaging people with care, but it becomes like a universal competency. As part of Towards Zero Suicide initiatives, toolkits have been developed, and this is equally applicable in non-government support services and disability support. The leadership in terms of reducing suicide, training a confident and caring workforce, identifying risk. Now that might be different levels depending on whether you're a support worker or a clinician, but identification, the fundamental issue of engagement, engagement with people as part of caring for people, and a suicide care management plan. It may be that a safety plan may have been developed in a clinical service, but other providers in collaboration will need to be involved in implementing it. This treatment transition is very critical, the transition between services, and quality improvement. And part of that can be analysing incidents. You know, how can we improve if an incident has occurred, if there has been an attempt or there has been a loss of life, using every opportunity to help to learn from that, to help others in the future. So in conclusion, I think I've endeavoured to bring together in today's presentation some different streams of thought. I'm sure for most people listening, there are things that they would be already thinking about, but I hopefully it's been useful to highlight the importance of a holistic recovery-based approach, the potential benefit for suicide prevention training for all staff, not just government staff, but provider staff as well, collaborative care between disability support staff and clinical staff to implement safety plans, and ultimately safety plans belong to the person anyway, so assistance might be needed, and quality improvement strategies such as collaborative incident review and learning lessons for the future. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to the conference today. Thank you.
Thanks, John. So towards the end of last year, the report into mental health from the Productivity Commission was released. They received 1,244 submissions, 488 comments, and it took 3 years to complete. In the end, there were 24 recommendations for the overhaul of the mental health system. Our next speaker, Productivity Commissioner Stephen King, is here to talk about what next.
Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity of talking to the conference today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the various lands on which we meet today. In my case, it is the members of the Kulin Nation, and I'd like to pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to start by thanking the many consumers and carers in the mental health space who shared their experience and knowledge with the Productivity Commission over the last more than 2 years as we put together our report for government. Without telling us about your experience, without your courage to often publicly tell us about what often were traumatic experiences, without your help and courage, we could not have written the report. And I think the last thanks that I'd like to give before starting is I'd like to thank John, but I'd also like to thank Louise for her session. Something she said right at near the end of the session very much resonated, and I hope you see it in the Productivity Commission report, is that she said that if you're not directly having input from people with lived experience, and I'm paraphrasing, if you don't directly have input from people with lived experience, then you're just getting a second-hand perspective. And hopefully you will see throughout the Productivity Commission's report that we recognise the importance of having that first-hand experience and how we cannot make progress in mental health in this country without having that first-hand experience. So let me share screen and pop up some PowerPoint slides. Hopefully there. And hopefully you can now see the slides, and if you can't, I'm sure someone will tell me at some stage. Okay. What I'd like to do in the next half hour or so, and then open up for questions, is to cover three things. Firstly, just that very high-level helicopter view of what we were trying to achieve in our report. Next, then go to reform areas. And I want to concentrate in particular on issues relating to stigma, to the balance between community and hospital supports, and how to create that voice for lived experience in the mental health system. And then finally, I want to touch on the overarching costs and benefits. The Productivity Commission is largely a group of economists, and inevitably dollars come into it. So first off, at the high level, why is the Productivity Commission's mental health inquiry different? There have been many mental health inquiries, and I think the difference really reflects the Productivity Commission's background and who we are, because we're not health professionals, we're generally economists. Overwhelmingly, we're not health economists. We are not a group of people who have worked in this space for a long time. We recognise, hopefully, our own ignorance, which is why when we get an inquiry like this, we certainly come in with a particular framework, a particular perspective, because we are economists, but we also recognise our need to learn and to understand. The perspective of economists, though, really echoes Louise's point about engaging with people with lived experience. Our aim is to have a person-centred mental health care system. And from an economic perspective, nothing else makes sense. To see what I mean by that is that, you know, economists within our framework come from this perspective that markets, services, governments work for the benefit of consumers. That if the government or the market is providing a service, then the only value of that service is the value as perceived by the consumer. In the context of mental health, it means that we can't ask a service provider, well, was that a good service? That makes no sense. You have to ask the person for whom the service was designed and provided for. You need to ask the consumer, and in some cases, carers and helpers, was that valuable? Did that achieve the outcomes that were important to you? So our entire report is based on this person-centred culture, this person-centred approach to mental health care. And it has to take the perspective of the consumer. Now, we've also got to be realistic. We can't come up with recommendations that are not practical, not implementable, and not affordable. So what we've done in this report is we have very much come up with a roadmap for reform. It's a roadmap where we've prioritised some recommendations over others. There will be disagreements about that prioritisation. But the prioritisation was very much based on the idea of what is going to work best for consumers. Is the benefit of the reform going to outweigh the costs, including the benefits in terms of improved health? And what needs to be done first? What needs to be built on for later reforms? Now, the interesting thing in this space, again, from an economist's perspective, is that there are what I'll call free lunches in the mental health space. That plays on an old term that economists use from the middle of the last century, the claim that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Yes, there is, and we've found them. In mental health, there are numerous reforms that governments can put in place where even if you ignore the health benefit, which is the largest benefit, even if you ignore that, the monetary savings of making sure that the right services are in the right places rather than people ending up in emergency departments and in hospital, the savings more than offset the cost of what in general are community services. So from even a narrow perspective, we highlight a range of policies which are no-brainers. They're free lunches. They're situations where the benefits in pure dollar terms outweigh the costs. Why have they not been done? Well, there's a range of reasons. One is that the savings are at one level of government, but the expenditure's at another. So you can have expenditure, for example, at a federal level that may save some costs at the state level. It's sometimes hard to coordinate that. You can have expenditures, for example, in employment and housing that will save costs and have benefits to health. Sometimes those simple cross-portfolios changes can be difficult to implement. And you will have reforms that you can do today that are investments for the long term. For example, improved early life intervention, improved support for new families, improved support through the schooling system. They will not lead to immediate wins, but that's the sort of investment we need to make sure we get long-term gain. Why is this important in terms of Australia as a whole? Okay, we've got these policy changes. Why do we care? We care because it influences a lot of people in Australia. One of the really quite eye-opening things that occurred to me during the inquiry is that as I went around just talking to family, friends, neighbours, and said, they know I'm a commissioner of the Productivity Commission. They said, what are you working on now? And I said, well, the mental health inquiry. Almost every person that I talked to had a connection with somebody with lived experience, and in some cases had experience with mental ill health themselves. It affects 50% of adult Australians at some stage in their life. So I shouldn't have been surprised by that. But having people that I've known for, in some case, decades say, oh, you may not have realised, but this is an actual case, my brother has severe schizophrenia, has had it for many years. He sort of got it under control. Just something I never knew. So that's why this is important. It's important because it affects so many people. But even if we try and just put it into dollar terms, these are the economic costs that the Productivity Commission has come up with. Around 43 to 70 billion in pure economic costs, the stuff that goes into GDP, the stuff we produce, healthcare costs, lost productivity, the hidden cost of informal care provided by family and friends. And on top of that, another 150 billion at least in terms of the cost of diminished health and reduced life expectancy. To put that in context, that is around $550 to $600 million per day. Pre-COVID-19, in terms of 2019 output, this is equivalent to approximately 10% of everything Australia produced in 2019. These are very, very big numbers. So the reform areas. We've broken our report down into 5 broad areas of reform. We have, in our report, 21 different recommendations covering these 5 areas, and we have 103 different action items for government. As I said, we put them into priority areas and other areas, other reforms. We've done that to make it hopefully manageable for government, to provide that roadmap whereby we can move forward. I'm just going to touch on a few of these reform areas, so apologies if your area is mentally healthy workplaces, I'm not touching on it. I'm only going to touch on a few things, for example, in mental health care and prevention and early help for people. Simply, there's an awful lot in there. So let's start off, prevention and early help for people. I'm going to concentrate on one here, which is the National Stigma Reduction campaign, National Stigma Reduction Strategy. That's not to say the others are not important recommendations, they are, but I purely picked what I hope will be of most interest to this audience. Again, as an outsider coming into this area, I had not understood, and quite frankly, I'm horrified by the level of stigma that is associated with people who have mental ill health and the consequences of that stigma. So stigma is reflected in all aspects against people with mental ill health, is reflected in all aspects of our society. It's reflected in the care that they receive. So one eye-opening area that I found was that there's clear evidence that you can go into a GP, 2 people can walk into a GP, one person who may have a history of mental ill health and another who doesn't. They can come in with the same physical issue and they will be treated differently by the medical professionals. In other words, the fact that you have had mental issues, mental ill health in the past means that you are treated differently by the medical system to otherwise identical people who don't have that history. And that is simply unacceptable. You see it, stigma being reflected throughout society. You see it in the workforce. People's understandable in the current situation, lack of willingness to state that they have mental health issues. Often people putting the burden quite inappropriately back on themselves. So we've had examples of people saying to us, look, you know, I was being stressed, I was being overworked. I felt my mental health deteriorating, but I felt I had to keep going. I didn't want to let the team down. And the fact that that person couldn't state to their manager, look, I need a break, this needs to be managed, and they weren't supported, is quite horrifying. So we need to deal with stigma about mental ill health through society. Now, there's no simple answer to this. So whilst I've got one line there, National Stigma Reduction Strategy, we recognise in the report there's no simple one line. It includes a range of things. It includes, for example, changing the way we train our medical professionals. It includes professional development for our medical professionals so they can hopefully, there can be a reduction of stigma within the health system. It requires a national campaign, we've suggested, led by the National Mental Health Commission, to reduce stigma in society. We know these changes in social attitudes can occur, and it will take time, but it will take leadership at a very high level for those to occur. Second group of area is people's experiences with mental health care. Now, unsurprisingly, our report has a lot of information on the healthcare system. We have a lot of recommendations relating to the healthcare system. I'd like to just touch on a few of them here. The first one, which is identify, support and include families and carers as part of mental health care. Again, it comes back to the empowerment of consumers and making sure that the healthcare system is operating for the consumers for whom it is meant to operate, that it is working for those consumers. So that means consumers need to receive information. It means consumers need to be informed and supported. And where a consumer says, well, I would like my carers or my family involved in my health treatment, that needs to be available for them. There should not be spurious arguments about, well, this person can't, I can't tell this person about your healthcare, even though you wish that person to be informed. There can't be spurious reasons about, well, that's violating privacy. No, it's not. They're simply excuses that are being used to disempower both families and carers and disempower the consumers who, when they wish those families and carers to be involved. We need to make sure that we have coordinated care. For missing middle, I'll get to at the moment. We need to make sure that over your lifetime, it is clear that you are getting the care and support you need, so that individuals, as they can ratchet up and down in terms of what support they need, that those supports are available. There aren't gaps in the system. We need to reduce the gap in life expectancy. John just mentioned the gap in life expectancy for people with severe mental illness. That needs, again, government leadership, and it needs transparency. I will put the parallel with closing the gap. Closing the gap is a strategy that has been pretty much unsuccessful, but at least it's created transparency around the gap in life expectancy for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians. At a minimum, we need that same sort of transparency for the life expectancy gap for people with severe mental illness, physical illness, and then we need to actually have action there to reduce that gap. We need alternatives to emergency departments. Some states are working with that, and we need to make sure that the alternatives that are found to work, that information is spread further. And we need to expand community-based mental health care, including hospitals, outpatient clinics and outreach services. I use this little diagram here to explain sort of the changes that we see across the healthcare system. So here we've got a representation by the orange line of a proportion of people with different service level and intensity requirements. So down the left-hand end, the many people who will have mild anxiety, mild depression at some stage, and need support for that. Then we've got in the middle, the group who go to their doctors and many of them walk out with medication, and a smaller group of them will walk out with a referral to face-to-face individual therapy. And then we have the smaller group in terms of number, but a large group in terms of service intensity, who have acute or severe mental ill health, are maintaining their health, are recovering in community, but they need a safety net. When their health is deteriorating, and my understanding is most people know when their health is deteriorating, they need the supports in community. They need something between the psychologist and psychiatrist and the emergency department. And that's the community services that are missing at the moment. So our framework is really to say we need to bring that blue line, which is the current service and supports, very little for people with mild anxiety and depression, really nothing between Dr. Google and a prescription. We need to make sure that that blue line moves up at that lower end. We need to make sure it moves up at that higher service intensity end by having the community services that are needed. And to create the workforce for those community services, we need more peer workers, we need more mental health nurses, but we also need to make sure that the focus in that middle group who are currently accessing GPs, that they're receiving the appropriate care. And it's not always face-to-face therapy, and it's certainly not always medication, which are the common paths at the moment. Sometimes it will be group therapy, sometimes it will be moderated online care, some forms of telehealth. And they need to be options that are used much more intensively for people down with the low service intensity needs. That will free up our clinical workforce to help address the issues of the missing middle and to make sure that that seamless care, the coordinated care is there. One thing we've learned from the NDIS is that we need to think about the workforce and how the workforce will be available to provide services as part of a reform process. We can't simply say, well, let's chuck money down at community services, at coordinated care, and we'll just assume that it will, that the care will be there. That's not how the world works. Third area, improve support within community. We need to meet demands for community support services. How do we do that? Well, one of the key areas that our report covers is the issues of regional planning and regional commissioning of services. It's not working at the moment. We've got reforms that we hope will improve the way that that regional commissioning works. But the first thing that we need around Australia at a local level is that there is an analysis of what the needs are, and we can do that, but it hasn't been done. We have an analysis of what services are being provided, and we can do that, but it hasn't been done. That then tells us what the gap in community support services are at a local level. Once we know that gap, there needs to be a commitment by government to fill that gap around Australia at every local level, according to that local area's need, to fill that gap over time so that people can recover from mental illness in community and get the support they need in community. Some other issues or some other recommendations, we've got to have a commitment to no discharge from care into homelessness. So at the moment, if you leave a hospital, if you leave a correctional institution, there's often no transitional housing. There's no planning. If you're released from, discharged from hospital into homelessness, you know, it shouldn't surprise anyone when an individual is back in the emergency department within a couple of weeks. And again, this is one of the areas where, from an outsider's perspective, it's a no-brainer. Emergency departments and hospitals are expensive. Let's have proper transitional planning from institutions, whether they're hospitals or whether they're correctional facilities, and let's make sure the transitional housing is there so that individuals are not going into homelessness. We need to make sure our first responders are appropriately supported so that when there are interactions between first responders and people with mental health issues, that there is appropriate care provided by those first responders. Again, some states have started to act in this area. For example, embedding mental health people with mental health experience, peer workers within the call centres for the first responders, so that the first responders get the advice that they need. And finally, one I want to mention here, because it comes back to really that stigma issue, is legal representation for people facing mental health tribunals. This, again, shocked me, and one of the commissioners was a lawyer, and I'll say it shocked Julie as well, that when an individual appears before a mental health tribunal, there is no requirement for them to have representation. In fact, in some states, the majority of people don't have any legal representation. And the outcome can be confinement, enforced treatment against the individual's will. The idea that can occur without appropriate legal representation, again, it reflects a social stigma. This should not occur for any group in society. And the idea that there is a group of people with often significant mental illness who don't receive appropriate representation, it is a prejudice, it is a stigma, and we need to stop it. We need to make sure we fix it. So I said I'm going to skip over the workplace. Let's just go to the fifth area, which is incentives, instill incentives and accountability for improved outcomes. The ones I want to highlight here, really that middle one, consumer and carer participation and advocacy in all parts of the mental health system. Louise, in her talk earlier on this morning, had a hierarchy of consumer and carer involvement, from no involvement, tokenism, and then real involvement up the top. I think at best we're currently at somewhere around no involvement to tokenism. We need to have carer and consumer participation advocacy right through the system. So at the upper level, we have suggested making sure that the funding is there for both consumer advocacy and for carer advocacy, recognising that that is not the same thing. But it needs to go further down. Consumer involvement, people with lived experience and their involvement has to be embedded in all parts of the system. Monitoring, most importantly, evaluation. We need an outcomes-based system. Again, to stress what I started with, it's asking the consumers, was this outcome appropriate for you? What did you need? And did this meet your needs? Because if it's not meeting the needs of the consumer, then it's not an appropriate outcome. The service is not succeeding, despite how glossy and wonderful it might look. I sometimes run the parallel, an economics parallel. Imagine you're running a car company. And imagine that you say, I want to put a new car out on the market. Well, there's a number of ways you could do it. One is to tell the engineers, brilliant people, go for it. Make sure that we have a great car out there, design the great car of the future. And sometimes that's occurred in history. Or the other way you can do it is by actually going out and ask people who drive and buy cars, what do you want? What do you need? And making sure you design your car to meet their needs, to meet their preferences. Well, I can tell you that the engineering-based car almost inevitably fails. That an appropriate way to build a car is to make sure that you're meeting the consumer's needs. We need to bring that into the mental health system because it's much more important than designing a new car. It's making sure that we have that input participation, real participation, by people with lived experience all the way through, from local planning right the way through to the National Mental Health Commission. And that focus on outcomes. That focus on outcomes means that we have to get a culture of looking at the services being provided, asking the consumers, did this work? What needs to be done? And using that as the backbone of our evaluation and our services. Now, finally, before opening up to the questions, as you'd expect, with a group of economists, we tried to put a price tag, not just on the cost currently of mental health, but what's it going to cost to get the benefits, and do the benefits outweigh the costs? Well, the first thing to note is that even with our 103 action items, we're only going to make a small dent in the costs of mental ill health in Australia. There is no easy solution. Now, these benefits are an order of magnitude less than the cost to Australia, and we need to recognise this. We need to recognise that we need to start and get these benefits, but we have a long, long way to go. Even if the government accepted all of our recommendations, it would be a first step. It would not be the last step. I call it a 10-year plan. And yes, it is a 10-year plan, but when that 10-year plan, in fact, during that 10-year plan, we need to be thinking about what do we do in the next 10 years? How do we keep making these steps in improving mental health care in Australia? What are the benefits? The clear, large part of the benefits are in terms of increased quality of life, even just our priority reforms, 77,000 QALYs, quality adjusted life years, which is a standard measure used in health economics. Significant savings and a benefit to the economy because there's going to be increased economic participation. Comes with a cost. The costs are given down the bottom for the priority on the right and all reforms on the left. Pre-COVID-19, people say, oh, they're big costs. Maybe they're not so big anymore when we've seen what governments can actually do. So let me end there. If you'd like our report, a copy of our report, it is public. It's available at pc.gov.au. If you just Google PC Mental Health Report, you'll find that you go through. If Google's left Australia at some stage, I'm sure you can do the same on Bing. Thanks, and I'll pass back to the moderator and see if there's questions.
Stephen, thank you so much for walking us through just a portion of the mammoth task. We do have a lot of questions, but I also just first wanted to share a couple of comments with you. We've got one thanking you for your passion, integrity, engagement and thoroughness, and another one that says, not a bad job for a bunch of economists. First of all, I've got a question about the page 10 graph and the big blue lump that you talked us through. Do you see that as representing people who are at the moment getting referred to either a psychologist or put onto medication when in fact it could be community mental health supports that replace those kind of treatments?
Yes. So the bump in the middle are really made up of people often who would be as well served with alternatives, including community supports, but also good things. So MindSpot is one that we talk about quite a bit. Moderated online care. The evidence is that that is just as effective for many people with mild anxiety and depression as face-to-face interaction with a highly trained clinical psychologist. And they don't really need that highly trained clinical psychologist. I'm sure they get a great outcome. I hope they get a great outcome. But in a sense, what we'd really like is that highly trained clinical psychologists to be dealing with people who are currently facing that missing middle gap. And that may not mean doing it through a better access individual business model. It may mean doing it through a coordinated care model where you actually have a care coordinator who may be a peer worker, maybe someone with lived experience, who coordinates both the medical care that an individual needs and the community services. Because on the right-hand end of that diagram, it is not an either or. Individuals need different combinations of community and clinical care at different stages of their recovery and their life journey. And we need to make sure there aren't the gaps there. So yeah, we'd sort of like to squish down that middle and make sure that the resources are available to those who really need them.
And how do you get through to GPs that kind of idea when often, you know, they've got somebody coming in presenting, say, with mild to moderate anxiety, you know, they're under pressure, time pressure, pressure to do, you know, the right thing, which to them is just, here's your mental health care plan, off you go to a psychologist. How do you start to train GPs to think about other options?
Yeah, so there's really two approaches. One is, as I mentioned, that there needs to be a change to GP training. We need to make sure, and that's partly to deal with the stigma. You know, some GPs are fantastic on mental health issues. Many are less fantastic, if I can put it that way.
Well put.
And so there needs to be an educative part to help get over that stigma, that clinical stigma. And then we actually need to help GPs. So what we suggest is a digital platform that GPs can use, which would be an independent. So rather than GPs saying, gosh, you know, really, you know, I'm out of my depth here, I don't know what to do. Well, you know, what's the relevant medication? Let's put the person on that, and perhaps a mental health care plan. You know, that's going to take a bit of time. I don't get rewarded for that as much as if I do another consultation. Medication will do in a couple of weeks. Let's see what's happening. Instead of getting that sort of approach, we need to make it very easy for the GP to be able to say, what is the best path forward for this individual? So they need access to a platform where essentially whilst they're talking to the individual, they can be looking up what are the appropriate services, and to the degree that as this digital platform rolls out, they will be able to refer and potentially book in the individual into those services using that platform. The other side, it's not just for GPs. We hope that such a platform would be directly accessible by consumers themselves. Because again, there's stigma and people don't necessarily want to go to a GP. You know, we've heard many stories about people in small towns where they said, you know, I can't go and see the local GP. You know, young people who would say, you know, my parents have known the local GP for years. You know, I can't go and see the local GP about my mental health issue. You know, maybe they can't, maybe they, you know, but there's stigma. They see a barrier there. So we need to make sure we get around that barrier. Final point, is this a pipe dream? No. Western Australia have already moved down this path with ports. So this can be done because it's been done.
Not a pipe dream. That's very good to hear. I detect a note of frustration perhaps in this next question. A previous Commonwealth government made a commitment to no discharge to homelessness from hospitals. What do you do to make that actually happen?
Okay, so one of the, you know, this is the boring chapters 22 and 23 of our report. So for anyone who wants to get up there. You know, we are aware that many reforms, including no discharge into homelessness, have failed in the past. And the reasons why they have failed is often that intergovernmental and sometimes interdepartmental problems that exist. The communication, the fact that, and I've been in a room where a state government official has been shouting at the federal government official, and they've literally been pointing fingers saying, it's your responsibility. It's not my responsibility, it's your responsibility. That's not useful. So the first thing that needs to happen, and you know, I think the government's moving in this direction, is to make sure the state and federal government sit down and they work out who is responsible for what, and who is funding what. Getting that clarity, so there's no finger pointing. So whichever jurisdiction makes a commitment, no discharge into homelessness, and I suspect it has to be the states and territories because they run the hospitals and the correctional facilities, they will probably get the responsibility for that, and then there has to be an agreement to make sure it's funded. Because without that, a federal government can make a decision till cows come home or a statement. It's not going to work.
So we just have to fix the entire federation in order to fix the blame game. It often seems to be the case. Just one more.
Sorry, just on that. Interestingly, purely serendipitously, COVID-19 has done some things to make that, such as telehealth and so on. The other thing it's done is created a new national structure between government. And I think mental health is not a political issue, but it is an issue for coordination. So the move now to a national cabinet, I think, we would have put that in the recommendation and expected, no, there's no chance of it getting up, but it's occurred. So I think we've got a foundation that we haven't seen in the past.
Stephen, that's actually probably a brilliant note to end on. Thank you so much for your time and all your insights.
No, thanks for that.
All right, so we're going to take a short break now, very short, 5 minutes, and we will see you back here at 11 o'clock. welcome back. So the NDIS rollout is nearly complete. To give us an update on where it's going and how it's performing with its delivery of psychosocial disability improvements, we're going to hear from Jerry Norton, Special Advisor for the NDIS Independent Advisory Council.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be with you. Got the speaker off mute, so I hope you can hear me now. I commence by acknowledging the traditional owners on the lands of which we are all meeting, the peoples of the Kulin Nation, and pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. It's great to be part of the conference and hear the presentations and the chat about the themes of the conference. There's clearly lots of vigour and passion around, which is really encouraging. If you heard the NDIA Chief Executive's Martin Hoffman's presentation this morning, you will appreciate how central the issues of human rights, innovation and interface are for the thinking within the NDIA and the government about the future of the scheme. Many of you have been critical of the scheme, and the agency has been listening over the last few years and is improving the scheme for participants with psychosocial disability. So I want to talk today about how we're doing that and then some of the issues for the future. Can I acknowledge that in our work within the team that I work in, we do have a person with lived experience of mental health issues that a number of you will know, Arandhati Jacobi, and Arandhati contributes to this thinking and to our consultations across the country around our work on psychosocial disability. Many of you have been critical of the scheme, and the agency has been listening and is improving the scheme for participants with psychosocial disability. Congratulations to the conference organisers on developing a really stimulating program. This conversation about how we move into the next phase of development of the NDIS is such an important conversation, and it's been fantastic for me to hear the sort of discussions and the issues arising on the chat. So congratulations to everybody involved in the organisation. It's also great for me to talk, I think, after the presentations by Christine Morgan and Stephen King. I think the two of them set out so well, both the context and the importance of the need for the improvement in the supply of mental health services, but in our context, or particularly my context, the provision of psychosocial disability support services. The arguments for reform in regards to psychosocial disability services, including within the NDIS, has never been so comprehensive. I struggle, I don't know about you, but I struggle at times to keep up with the volume of reports that has come out. And as yet, we're about to receive the report of the Victorian Royal Commission into mental health. These reports articulate the arguments that many people involved in this conference have been making for many years. It's encouraging to see the commitment of the National Cabinet, that is, Cabinet involving the Commonwealth and state and territory governments with first officers, to the development of a national mental health agreement in 2021. This, for me, is a concrete example of the energy and interest in the area of mental health reform. I agree with Jeff Harris's opening remarks yesterday that there is a much more positive environment and energy for mental health reform than there was 3 years ago. The thinking for the future includes an expanded role for recovery-orientated psychosocial disabilities. For me, these are really hopeful signs, more than I've seen in over 12 years working in this area. The emerging policy context is one where a stronger whole of government and whole of community response is being considered. with the NDIS being a significant part in the larger ecosystem of services and opportunities. One of the major themes of concern in discussions about the NDIS has been the people who are missing out on access to the scheme. State and territory governments have sought to maximise the opportunities for access into the scheme for people that they have traditionally been servicing. This is understandable given they're paying 50% of the costs of the provision of psychosocial disability services in broad terms. For me, this emerging policy environment for the future in Australia, which appears to be forming, is one in which the NDIS is one of a number of support services that will be providing support. Mike Slade and I think Louise's presentations this morning provided us, I think, great rich insights about what recovery and what lived experience means. And I think it's providing a much broader, what I think they're saying, what I certainly feel is, it's about providing a broader suite of options, whole of community, whole of life. And I think that's a really key enabler of future reform. When I understand the figures, I can see that the agency will be responsible for providing 64,000, support to 64,000 participants is the projected number out of the 290,000 Australians that the Productivity Commission recognised have severe mental health issues and require psychosocial support. So clearly we're an important part of a larger system. As Strategic Advisor and Chair of the National Mental Health Sector Reference Group, I talk to many people and organisations across the country about the NDIS, what's going well and what's not going well. When I spoke at the second National NDIS and Mental Health Conference, I was mainly hearing about what was not going well. I am pleased to be able to report to you today at this third conference that diverse people are telling me that substantial progress has been made over the past few years on psychosocial disability. What I hear now is the scheme is generally delivering for participants with psychosocial disability in the scheme. Part of the evidence of why the scheme is working better for psychosocial disability is the level of funding being provided to participants through their plan budgets. As Martin mentioned this morning, in 2019, committed annual supports, that's the amount of money we're putting into people's budgets, was $2 billion in the scheme for primary psychosocial disability. This represents an additional $1 billion on the 2018-19 financial year. Average committed annual supports for participants in 2019-20 was $60,000 per participant, or $72,000 if SIL is included in that figures. Now, averages can be misleading because that doesn't reflect the full spectrum of package value, which I think many of you will say, well, I'm not getting that level of package, or others I know aren't, but that's the average. In terms of the conference themes of human rights and innovation, I suggest that Australia is seeking to improve human rights and innovation for people with psychosocial disability through the scheme's commitment to choice and control for participants and giving them greater control over the funding that they have in their plan budgets. Mike Slade made this point yesterday, that it is supporting people in making their decisions. Plan budgets are a key governmental and agency strategy for supporting that decision-making capacity of participants. And for me, That's a very important element of the human rights approach that has been incorporated into the NDIS across the board, but clearly has significant implications for people with psychosocial disability. So in terms of the title of my talk that the conference organisers gave me, Delivering on the Promise, my view at this third conference is that the scheme is delivering on the promise for participants with psychosocial disability. I add quickly to this statement by stating that more needs to be done in improving innovation, human rights, responsiveness and interfaces. And there is no question that there is significant more work to be done. I will talk shortly about what is occurring at that level. But such improvements should not take away from the analysis that I wanted to put to you, that the architecture of the scheme for people with psychosocial disability is sound, and that the recovery principle of supporting people to make their own decisions is being implemented through the choice and control in the NDIS Act. We have listened over the last 3 years to your organisation, Community Mental Health Australia, to the state and territory industry peaks, and Mental Health Australia as the national peak, to the sort of range of criticisms that people have had of the scheme. We've listened hard. We've talked to many people across the country, and some of the things we're trying to do are to clearly implement some of the areas where ministers, disability ministers, working within the scheme, have agreed further action is needed. Before I go into some slides, and I will get to some slides, I can't not talk about where we are in NDIS and mental health without talking about the pandemic, because I think it clearly has had very significant implications for participants, families and carers, and service providers over the past 12 months. It has been a major disruptor for psychosocial disability supports in the scheme. It has also involved significant adaptations by many participants, families and carers and providers. Our thanks to everyone for the extraordinary hard work, persistence and endurance in managing through this time, adapting to ongoing breakouts of the virus, something we're particularly conscious of in Victoria, where I am at the moment, is something that we will continue to be dealing with across the country, I think probably in my mind for 2021 and 22 at least. COVID has taught us many things about new ways of delivering support, particularly video conferencing and web-based social connections, how digitally based supports worked for many and didn't work for others. It demonstrated the flexibility of participants and the agility of service providers in adapting to a COVID and a digital world. It highlighted that some people do not have access to computer equipment and data plans, or the confidence or skills to use the digital platforms that are available. There are many great digital support options available, but improving access to those is, I think, one of the important learnings that has come out from the experience of COVID. At a personal level, I want to also express my thanks to the many people that I think have been so generous in their time and their wisdom and their critiques to me. I wanted to acknowledge Bill Guy as Chief Executive of Community Mental Health Australia, who plays an important role at the national level in contributing your views to the national forums that have been set up to listen and hear the concerns of this sector of people. I now want to move to some slides. If I can get these to work here. So let me move straight in now, just to talk to you a bit about some of the practicalities of the data of what is occurring in the scheme. I'll move through these reasonably quickly. This slide highlights that the growth in the number of participants. So you'll see from 17-18 where we had 22,000. In 2019, we're now at a point of 40,300. We still have about 24,000 to come into the scheme over the next few years. And you can see the best estimates of the number that will be within the scheme is 64,000. It's important to say in the last 12 months, we've had 13,000 new people coming into the scheme. So we are seeing significant growth in the numbers coming into the scheme on the grounds of severe and persistent mental illness and psychosocial disability. Based on current growth projections, we think that we will reach that target of 64,000 by 2023. So that's, I think, a positive sign. I think that those numbers now are growing with considerable speed, and we are looking to meet that target by 2023. This next slide really goes to the issue of committed annual supports. And this goes back to my earlier point of the growth from 2017-18, which you'll see is about $600 million in committed annual supports. And now for the 19-20 year, we're up to $2 billion. If you look at the 2018-19 to 2020, that represents a growth of $1 billion in the last financial year. Again, my point that this is the most significant investment of funds, not future funds, not possibilities of funds, real commitment of dollars in people's budgets. And, you know, it's been encouraging today to hear some of the chat about the difference NDIS has made in people's lives. And some of the sessions that I heard yesterday, again, the significance of the way in which choice has been involved. But I think from a governmental perspective, these dollars are also a significant part of why the scheme is delivering. I wanted to go on to highlight another important aspect of the scheme, and this is the growth in the number of psychosocial service providers in the scheme. And this sometimes does my head in a bit, the numbers involved, but what we now have is 5,983, almost 6,000 people who at some point have been offering services to someone with a primary psychosocial disability within the scheme. So what we have seen over the last few years is a considerable diversification in the range of providers. And I think that's got some significant implications. Often lots of our discussion is about the traditional psychosocial disability or community mental health service providers. We're seeing a much broader range, and how we bring recovery as a concept to those is one, I think, of the challenges for the future. Again, just a quick snapshot. This snapshot just highlights increase in average payment per participant, which is just indicating that the money we are paying out is indeed reflecting the level of committed annual support. So we're seeing, again, significant dollars going out. Quickly just stop on this slide just to say, this is highlighting, I suppose, presenting the Productivity Commission's data in a slightly different way. The green part of this slide, this pie graph, reflects the expectations of what the NDIS will be providing for in regards to psychosocial disability. The other two quarters reflect the other level of need. The red reflects the 75,000 people that are being supported through state and territory government programs and PHN programs and other psychosocial disability funding. And the 151,000, the blue, recognises those people who are currently not in receipt of services that Stephen has spoken about earlier on. So let me move on, time's getting away. How have we improved? What have we done to improve the scheme for participants with psychosocial disability in this scheme? So first of all, we've had a much stronger focus on recovery. We've had, as people will know, the introduction of the psychosocial recovery coaches on the 1st of July 2020. There has been, I think, wide support for this new support item. And that's not surprising given, I think, the concept of needing a support item which was recovery focused is something that was led by Mental Health Australia and certainly supported by Community Mental Health Australia. Recently, across the scheme, we've seen the introduction of a participant service guarantee, providing greater certainty for timeframes in regards to our processes, particularly for approval of assessments and first plan and plan review approvals. We are seeing reduced waiting times for plan approvals. During the pandemic, we saw increased funding flexibility with being able to use funding between core and capacity building and assistive technology. One of the big issues that has been, I think, presented for a number of years, and I was involved in this certainly when I was on the Independent Advisory Council to the NDIS, is the need for changes in both the Act and rules to reflect the episodic nature of mental illness and the understanding of permanence, given the episodic nature of mental illness. Some of you will be aware that the Tune review of the NDIS Act supported that change. And the government is in the midst of finalising the details in relation to that, and a consultation paper on that will be released shortly. But again, I think there has been a recognition of that perspective and why it's so important to understand the episodic nature of psychosocial disability and mental illness. I think we've continued to work with stakeholders through our ongoing role of the National Mental Health Sector Reference Group, which represents about 26 stakeholder organisations across the country. We've recently established a stakeholder reference group to help us and give us advice in some of the improvements that we are looking towards. And I think we meet regularly with mental health consumer, family and carer, service provider, peaks, health and health professionals. And I think another part of our work, I think, is the role of our community engagement teams, who are doing a fantastic job around the country, meeting with groups, talking, helping people to understand what the scheme is about. So how are we looking to improve our work on psychosocial disability in the future? We have, as I've mentioned, still a significant task. We have at least 24,000 people to bring into the scheme. So that's a significant part. We are committed to reducing time frames in relation to time frames for plan approvals. The government has committed to the development and release of a national psychosocial disability recovery framework in this calendar year. What this idea is about is there is agreement that we need a stronger recovery-focused approach, but a recognition that we do not have a set of guidance about what recovery means for people with severe and persistent mental health, targeted both at the agency, particularly for the agency and the work of our planners and LACs, but reflecting what recovery means for participants, families and carers in particular. So we have, as you may be aware, the document that Mike referred to yesterday, which is the Australian Health Minister's framework on recovery in clinical services, which was released in 2013. But we feel we need, if recovery is to be an important part of what the scheme is doing, we need to have a document that reflects that We will be consulting on this year, and we're really keen to have your views about what works, what needs to be in the advice that we provide to our planners and our LACs. They are very engaged in psychosocial disability, but they are thirsty for more advice. And what we're trying to do in this document is to provide a national framework that can give guidance and direction to our planners and our LACs in their work with participants, families and carers, and service providers. There's the proposed changes to the NDIS Act and becoming a participant rules that I've mentioned. And there's two new important developments. One is, that I think many of you will heard, and Martin spoke about these this morning, the introduction of independent assessments and the introduction of personalised budgets and planned flexibility. And I just want to spend a couple of quick minutes on this. One of the critiques that has been consistently raised by mental health stakeholder groups is the inconsistency and the inequity in access decisions to the scheme. So the agency has acknowledged this and is wanting to provide a more evidence-based and structured approach to the assessment of need. We are using the WHO ICF framework in this. And so what, as Martin mentioned, we have a set of discussion papers out that we're seeking feedback on by the 23rd of February. But this is our attempt to address some of those inequities, some of those injustices that have been put to us. There are a number of technical issues that still have to be addressed in how this is to be done. But the overall intent is to say, how do we find a more equitable, a more just way of doing this? And I think that very much connects back to the human rights theme of this conference. Again, the two issues here, we're trying to bring in greater flexibility so that instead of having the current 3 C's as we have them, core, capacity building, and capital, we're looking to have a small element which we define, but provide greater flexibility so that people can choose more within their plan. That is, we want to focus more on the quantum of the dollars of the plan rather than feel we need to be as prescriptive about the detail. That will vary depending whether it is plan managed, self-managed, or NDIS managed. But this is a concept which is whole of scheme, but has particular, I think, implications. Again, Mental Health Australia and Community Mental Health Australia have argued strongly with the government and with the scheme the need for greater flexibility. So we are embarking on what is, I think, a very significant piece of reform within the scheme to introduce greater flexibility. And I encourage you to watch that carefully and to provide inputs. And Mental Health Australia is playing a leadership and coordinating role in inputs from the sector in regards to that. Quickly, I think I'm almost up to my half hour. We are working on clarifying and simplifying evidence on the psychosocial disability requirements. This is, again, an area where we've recognised the need for improvement. So part of the work in independent assessments will also be strengthening the clarification and simplification in regards to those evidence requirements. As I mentioned, recovery coaches have been one of the big initiatives of the last 12 months. We recognised when we introduced those that would be an evolutionary process. It's the development of, I think, an important concept. We recognise there are significant, if you like, content issues about the nature of that work, particularly how it differs with support coordination. There are issues around workforce, and I think there are issues around pricing that people have put to us. So we are certainly looking to review guidance based on the first 9 months of experience this year and look at providing greater and clearer advice about a range of matters in this next 12 months. Another aspect of our work that we've been undertaking closely with state and territory governments is the work on linkages, outreach and referrals for people who are ineligible for the NDIS, a very important part of the work. And our LACs are taking a greater role in that space. I think the other area we're working on is a continual work on how we build collaborative practice between NDIS and mental health services. My observation is over the last 2 years, we have seen clinical mental health and health services become much more informed about and understand how to use NDIS services. I know our planners and our LACs are working really hard with many clinical mental health, public mental health service providers in particular, in building linkages, seeing a lot more team meetings, sharing of information. We recognise that a lot more needs to happen in that space. The Productivity Commission has highlighted that as an area for further work in their recommendations. So that's an area that we are undertaking further work on. And I think continuing engagement with stakeholders through our national mental health sector reference groups, but also through a range of listening and discussing. We know we need your opinions, we need your advice. So let me go, I promised my last slide. I wanted to talk about what are my priority issues as we look forward. What do I think, and this is Jerry Norton news, about what we need going forward. The first one for me is building and marketing innovative and evidence-based psychological support packages that respond to emerging consumer demands. We talk a lot about being respond to individual preferences. In many ways, what strikes me is the models that are around currently, even with lived experience, are models that have been around when I first started about 12 years ago working in the sector. That how we think about what are the elements that seem to work for people in their lives? How might we be able to bring that lived experience with service provider experience together to say, these are some of the things that work. Many people say, I seem to need to start this whole process again, that I struggle to get clear advice, or it depends on the quality of the individual worker that I find I can get access to. So for me, there's a real need to think about how do we build better information for consumers to think about what might be reasonable things. What have other people tried? Mike again talked about narratives yesterday, the importance of other people's stories. We, seems to me, still need to improve that. There are lots of good examples of that around, but we don't have a coherent approach. Secondly, and this is probably echoing Louise's and Mike's presentations, strengthening and valuing psychosocial disability lived experience. The point I'd make to you is, in many ways, the key thing going forward is providers need to be responding to changing consumer expectations. Government in the NDIA might be influencing some things, but really the dynamic we have in this next phase is about empowerment of consumers to use the dollars that they have in the best possible way that will help them to deliver their goals. In that sense, I come back to my point that greater planned flexibility and planned budgets is a key strategy within the agency for delivering lived experience. It is giving people the power and control over the dollars to decide what they want, when. And secondly, to be able to change their staff or their agency as they wish. Again, for me, we've got a long way to go in that, but I think we need to move a bit from the old government control mechanisms. The government has got to do everything. Government's got to play its role. There's no question of that, but it's also about empowerment of and giving people confidence to use their plans. One of the things that is driving the greater level of expenditure in the scheme is people, by year 4 or 5 in their plan, getting more confident about using the dollars they have. And I think what we need to be working on is helping people earlier in their pathway within the scheme to be using the dollars that the scheme is making available to them. Following on my first point, I want to suggest that there is a need to think about a national centre for excellence in psychosocial recovery practice. When I look online, there's many versions of what recovery is. And what is clear is we have a whole range of very diverse programs, mental health consumer groups, service provider groups, and some of the curriculum work. But we really don't bring that together. We don't bring a research lens on what's working, both from more traditional research, but also from a participant perspective. So it seems to me as we go forward, one of the ideas that I would certainly be encouraging Community Mental Health Australians and others to think about is how a national centre for excellence in psychosocial disability might be one of the ways to help drive understandings of what good, let alone best practice might be in psychosocial. The fourth area, I think, is what I've called service providers, working out what a rational and sustainability psychosocial disability market might look over the next 5 years. There's a real need to stop and say, what are the types of services that should be available in what level of supply, in what parts of the country. Logistics of that sort of structural change are very, very complex. And I think one of the issues is how we might stop to think around a more collaborative approach to market development. In many ways, much, I think, of the focus of the future lies with mental health consumers and service providers working together on some of those issues in relation to market development. Without some clear focus and investment, we're unlikely to see some of the expectations and aspirations that we're talking about in this conference being met. My fifth one is the one that I think many people, including Stephen before, have just made, which is workforce, 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 including how we build the lived experience workforce. I think there's still a lot of work to be done. Understanding the switch from people being on a DSP or another benefit, the mixture of paid employment or part-time employment and the decisions to move to full-time employment are critical issues for many consumers. Again, I suppose the point I'd make here is for the agency, there is a real interest, and I know in the NDIS Quality and Safety Commission, there is a real interest to say, what guidelines do we set, but also how do we work clearly with the market in supporting the market, who really has the major responsibility for workforce development. So it is about what mental health consumers who want to become lived experience service providers. It is about what service providers do in the market. So thank you for listening to me. I've been talking for a good while. I'll stop now and leave some time for questions. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Jerry?
I can now, yes.
Good. Sorry, that was glitch in the matrix. I think I just sat on my microphone. Okay, so we do have some questions here from the audience. First one starts saying people are still falling through the gaps, and goes on to ask, what is the NDIS doing to help people who may have an NDIS package but need assertive follow-up to where they can't or don't access them?
One of the initiatives we've certainly introduced in the last 12 months is check-ins. So our planners are taking a role in actually checking in with people. So if people haven't been able to, often that was a 12-month or 2-year process. So more regular follow-ups with people. I think also to highlight the role of our national call centre, which also can provide support. So encouraging people to, if they're coming, if they themselves want support, certainly our national call centre is a really important source of support.
And do they have ways to work out what the barriers to access are and how to break them down?
No, their role is really to try and connect people through to where they can get assistance. So if people are finding those barriers, their role is really to connect people through to people who can actually help them. Now, I think, again, there are in such, when you see a marketplace that has grown by $1 billion in the last 12 months, we've got a large growth, so there's a lot happening. But I think what we're keen to do is make sure both through those two mechanisms, but I think if people do have issues, again, they should go back to their planner or their LAC, who is there to assist them in addressing those barriers.
And someone is questioning the NDIS's commitment to choice and control and asks, how is mandating of so-called independent assessments in line with that commitment?
So I think what we've seen, the critique has been up till now that there's great inconsistency in the way in which we've undertaken assessments. What we rely on currently is assessments essentially from the health professionals of the participant's choice. What we see is that what we experience is they provide a range of different tools so that if a person, for example, is well connected to a service provider or comes from perhaps has strong family connections where there's a high level of skill, what we know is they're getting better access and often better higher level plans. So our view is we need to have some more standardised tools. Now, at the same time, if you read our paper, we recognise that for some people, the notion of a compulsory assessment will be very difficult. So there are some circumstances in which we will need to find alternatives to that. But for us, if we don't do independent assessments, we will, the point I've made before in a number of forums is the current inconsistencies and inequities will continue. This is the scheme's wish in terms of reform to deliver greater equity and greater consistency. And so that's the sort of rationale that we have for this proposed reform.
So people who didn't have those privileges were getting a lesser package because they didn't have the right representation? Correct.
So, in a sense, one of the things is there is a bit of a postcode lottery, if I put it that way, in terms of levels of access and levels of support. Where you've had, the classic is where you've had someone who's been in a program who's well supported by a particular NGO, for example, or a clinical health team. They tend to be having high rates of access for others who don't have those supports. So for us, there's been a lot of focus on the proposed compulsory nature of this. But it's important, again, to repeat Martin's point. The independent assessment is one of the inputs, and that we are very open and we want to hear what the person is saying for them about their needs and their goals. And our planners will continue to play a role in providing an assessment of the range of factors, including the feedback from the independent assessment. We think of other areas in the health system. I think about cancer. We accept a range of assessment tools that are required there. So I think there is a real need, and I'd encourage people to have a look at what we're doing and to think carefully about what are the implications in terms of equity and social justice if we don't provide a better way of doing this. And that's what I think Community Mental Health Australia has been saying to us for 5 years.
Indeed, and the postcode lottery is indeed a real factor in many circumstances. Jerry, I'm sorry, that is all we've got time for now. So thanks again for your time. And as for everyone else, we're about to break out into the individual streams. So please head to the program page, choose a talk from any of the 4 streams there. There's innovation, interface, lived experience, and human rights. And I will see you after lunch.
Hello. Moderator. Denise, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me, Mark?
Yes. I'm going to share my screen.
Hi, and welcome everyone. My name is Denise Cumming. I'm a State Manager for Mind Australia for Queensland, South Australia and West Australia. And today, my colleague and I, Mark Heaney, Acting State Manager for Victoria SIL, will be presenting on NDIS in a pandemic world and how adaptable is the NDIS with disaster planning. Before we commence, I would like to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples are the traditional custodians of the land in which we work, and pay our respects to our elders past, present and emerging. We recognise the intergenerational impact of the history of invasion, dispossession and colonisation, and are committed to the recognition, respect, inclusion of Australia's First Peoples. So COVID-19 taught us many things as a sector and as an organisation, and how we could deliver safe, quality mental health services when in lockdown and restrictions. Mind Australia is a national provider and works within Victoria, Queensland, South Australia and Western Australia. We therefore had to develop different organisational business continuity and recovery plans across all of these states for individual services in line with government and state restrictions. As a values-led and human rights-focused organisation, human rights was at the forefront of our planning, and it became one of our guardrails in all of our business continuity planning and recovery planning in COVID. Whilst 25% of our clients and services, as you can see from the slide, were impacted by COVID-19 in Queensland, South Australia and Western Australia with restrictions and lockdown, our largest challenge was in Victoria, where 75% of our clients received services. We continued to provide all of our services nationally. The delivery of services changed in modality. Our face-to-face services continued with social and physical distancing, where restrictions were allowed. Place-based groups ceased, face-to-face therapy ceased, and these services were moved online, and significant time was spent with our staff and clients in the early stages of COVID-19 on digital engagement and digital literacy, including ensuring access to devices, data, training, so that clients could access services online. We completed vulnerability mapping across all of our clients and carers, and telephone support was increased, preparing for worst case scenario and requirement of full virtual service delivery. We continued supporting clients, ensuring their human rights, which was the basic human rights, were being met to access food, medication, accommodation, healthcare and social connection. Social connection and digital literacy, including was ensuring that, social connection was delivered through online platforms. We delivered most of our services. Our reach to clients, carers and families increased through COVID-19. Mind supported over 11,500 clients, providing over 250,000 support hours through different modalities. Our calls increased in our intake, in our advisory helplines, and in our carers helplines throughout the COVID episodes and through that last 2020. Mind provides holistic therapeutic and psychosocial support. Our biggest challenges in the delivery of our services were in our 24/7 residential environments, including our subacute parts, our step-up, step-downs, and our rehabilitation services. Our supported independent and accommodation support services, where we provide support to residents and the most vulnerable clients in our communities. Our clients residing in these services live with multiple and complex personal needs, including dual disability, comorbidity, and experience difficulty in comprehending and understanding restrictions and lockdowns enforced in COVID-19. Through COVID-19, Mind staff supported residential clients to prepare for what would happen in their home if someone was suspected, tested, or tested positive for COVID-19. Each individual resident was involved in the development of their own individual COVID plan and what that would mean for them. And in the household altogether, they were involved in the house COVID plan. We did this in our residential environments through continuous practice at an individual level. Each client's plan was developed with them at the centre of it, and key to their plans was accessible communication in that client's style. That was using pictures, symbols to help them understand. We drew from Access Easy English website and the COVID toolkit that provided state COVID relevant tools and information. The tools were provided toolkits around PPE and understanding PPE in pictorial form. Clients used pictures and posters, and these were displayed in their bedrooms and around their house in areas where they chose for them to be. Within the environments, we worked with clients and identify where it would be possible for them, if we did have a COVID breakdown, where their area in the house would be and where staff would be, so safe zones. Clients marked this out with chalk in their favourite colour, and we used this in ongoing practice drills, even when restrictions were relaxed, because of the capacity, the cognitive capacity of some of our clients within the houses. Some clients needed ongoing prompting and support to continue to understand what COVID-19 restrictions meant and ongoing review of their personal COVID plan. Within Mind, we have approximately 180 residential clients that we deliver services to. I'll now pass on to Mark, who's going to talk about how and what changed.
Thanks, Denise. Cheers, Denise. So just drilling further into what Denise was talking about, one of the really key aspects that we found very early on, and one of the challenges, I guess, was the delivery of information across our organisation, and to Denise's point, the delivery of information to residents, families and carers. So we made a quick decision of implementing what we called a coordinator general role, which was a very senior manager within the organisation that reported directly into our Chief Executive Officer. And their role was to be able to have that oversight of all information that was coming out from government and being able to ensure that what was coming from the Commonwealth and what was coming from the respective states was consistent, and ensuring that we could then synthesize that information to ensure that it could get out to our staff on the front line in a very timely manner. And as I'm sure a lot of people in this session would agree, particularly within Victoria, around July and August and September, that change in information was rapid, it was constant, and it was very tricky to try to keep up with it. But having that one central point assisted our organisation greatly in being able to ensure that that information was very clear and delivered in a very timely way. So part of that role was that coordinator general, and still to this day chairs what we have is COVID working groups. And that role is an executive and senior leadership group to ensure that we're keeping on top of what tasks are required to occur, as well as actually supporting our teams on the front line as well, particularly within our residential services, to ensure that what they are experiencing is being able to inform changes that are happening at an organisational level, as well as being able to inform feedback that we had to provide into our peak bodies, including the National Disability Service and directly into the National Disability Agency as well. I'll now talk about some of the challenges that we experienced with workforce, and I guess talking about how we worked quite closely with the NDIA and the support that we received during that period of time. Within Victoria, during the second wave and that lockdown, there was significant restrictions that were put onto our workforce where staff could not work at more than 2 sites. Ideally, staff were not able to work across more than 1 site. At Minds, our workforce within our supported independent living services is not as casualised as, I guess, some other organisations. But that aside, it was a significant challenge for us to continue to be able to deliver services to people within their home, and very challenging of being able to still isolate staff to that 1 site whilst trying to adhere to the requirements of supported independent living under the funding from the NDIS. The NDIS was able to provide financial relief to organisations and to individual staff members in particular as part of the worker mobility scheme to ensure that staff were not financially impacted as a result of losing shifts if they were a casual worker and they were having to be isolated just to 1 site compared to working with multiple sites. As you could imagine, we had a workforce that was very frightened, and because of the restrictions on not being able to have as much leadership on sites, we needed to work very quickly in being able to build a learning and development program that was based on resilience and being able to help people to find that resilience and to be able to embed that into work that they were doing, and particularly how they were then working with residents that were often very frightened and feeling very isolated, particularly because of significant restrictions that were in place around visiting to residences as well. I'll quickly talk about a case example that Minds experienced, and fortunately for Minds, we would have not yet had an experience, touchwood, of any participants that access Minds services becoming COVID-19 positive, nor have we had any staff members that have contracted COVID-19. Although in September, we did have a situation where one of our civil residences in southeast of Melbourne, we got a call on a Sunday afternoon to say that 2 of the residents that lived there were close contacts to 2 individuals that lived down the road at an SRS where there was a significant outbreak at a particular SRS. And just to plug Liz Dern and Lisa Brophy wrote an article in Crikey on that actual situation and the human rights issues associated with SRSs and lockdowns as well. One of the most significant challenges that Mind experienced during this period of time was trying to work very collaboratively with the Department of Health and Human Services and the NDIA. And there was a couple of meetings that we had where we were working with 4 different departments within DHHS and the NDIA, and there was a level of just lack of ability to provide that practical support, as well as not really a strong understanding of what the needs are and what the risks associated with being able to support people to try to isolate within their home, particularly people that had quite significant needs. One of the gentlemen who was deemed a close contact had schizophrenia, autism spectrum disorder, as well as a methamphetamine addiction. So for him to be able to self-isolate and for our staff to try to support him to do that was a significant task in trying to receive that support and guidance in being able to have the state government or the NDIA to intervene to try to find a more suitable and alternative accommodation where this person could safely isolate was unfortunately not able to happen. And there just proved to be not a specific model to be able to really support vulnerable people who are living with other people to be able to reside somewhere safely for that period of time until somebody, their test results actually come back. One of the most fantastic and astounding things that came out of this process is that the creativity of our staff, and I guess the resilience of the residents that we were supporting, was just completely astounding. And that process of being able to quickly adapt and being able to, I guess, change and adapt how we are providing the information, particularly on what Denise was saying earlier, was really crucial in trying to get people on board of properly understanding what they were going through, but also what our staff team were going through as well. I'll now pass back over to Denise to talk more broadly about the impact on participants at Mind.
So from the impact on the participants through COVID-19, we actually we done a survey with other colleagues across the sector, and that survey is available, Resilience in Isolation, on the Mind website. But for us on the ground, we've seen significant issues in being able to engage our client cohorts in virtual support. Took a lot of time. There was challenges, as Mark said, in supporting people to self-isolate, especially within the environments where they shared with others. Even though we went through practice, a lot of our clients, there is no behaviour modification. It is about revisiting COVID plans and house plans. Barriers in not having access to technology and data to receive virtual services was huge. We actually, as a service, went out and purchased data and technology. And even though NDIS had said, that we could use line items to purchase devices for clients, they weren't actually supporting that with ongoing costs for data. PPE was another issue. We had clients that, because of their sensory vulnerabilities and issues, that they couldn't actually wear masks, and it escalated them in their behaviours when we tried to ask them to wear masks. So we had to come up with a solution, and the clients wore visors. Because of their respiratory and sensory issues, visors at the time were seen as appropriate. It was also really difficult to engage with their usual staffing cohort. Here we've got normally this human interaction where they can see your face, and for a lot of our clients it's about that recognition of the person in front of them, and then you've got staff donned in full PPE. So that created a lot of barriers and concern for our clients, and it impacted on them. The purchase of PPE, long after, I think every service at national level was grappling trying to find PPE first and foremost, there was no support for government, from government. We sat and watched the news every night, and PPE was being put out, but not to our clients. We had to actually pick our PPE up ourselves. We had to chase it down and stockpile for our vulnerable clients. Then NDIS says that PPE could be purchased by the client for a daily allowance of PPE, which was just unrealistic. And from a service and organisation point of view, to actually bill every client for PPE, we saw was unethical. Purchasing on other line items, it became a logistical nightmare so although NDIS was saying very publicly that these line items were available, they were not easily accessible. It was also very difficult for our clients who often have their family and friends coming into their homes. When we put in the visitors restrictions, just having to revisit, that you can see mum on screen or you can talk to mum on the phone, but she can't actually come here, was definitely an escalation and really impacted on our participants, because that's their social connection and their safe place, their safe person. Next slide, Mark. So as I said, we did a survey in COVID-19 on our clients, and as I said, it is available in the Mind website. It's out there in the public domain. But I really want to talk about some of the data that we found in our carers. Our carers are an informal workforce, and I feel that they were forgotten about throughout the pandemic. Caring Fairly, which is a national campaigning coalition focused on human rights and recognition and reform for Australia's unpaid carers, completed a survey in April and May, and it was astounding how our carers had been impacted in COVID-19. So here you see the impact on support services and time spent on unpaid care. We saw that 60% of our carers lost supports for the person that they care for, that they lost supports for themselves in their own right, and that 44% of them had increased caring time. The impact on their health and well-being, a staggering 81% of our carers were reporting a deterioration in their mental health, yet there was nothing through NDIS or any government agency in how we were going to continue to support our carers. They experienced increased stress in their caring role because they became everything. They had additional roles, from everything from doing the shopping, the practical support. One lady's quote in the Caring Fairly publication is available on the Caring Fairly website, but she spoke about having not only to give up her own work, but actually her loved one to move home with her, which caused increased demand on her role. There was 52% stress was increased they said it was extreme for them. Impact on carers' work. Talk about human rights. We've all got a right to work. This is people that had a job but couldn't actually go to their job or had to resign. So some of them, 37% lost their regular income. 37 worked fewer hours to provide the extra support for their loved one, and 22% worked fewer hours because their employer didn't have enough work. So to say from a human rights lens, that as much as Mind a human rights organisation, we really ramped up our support to our carers, acknowledging that they were an informal workforce and basically that last force of frontier if we went into formal lockdown. So please have a look at the Caring Fairly website, have a look at the data. It's quite stark and it's quite profound. And I think that we need to get better. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. I think we're out of time and we haven't been able to access if there are any questions, but we will get them. But thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the conference. And if there are questions in the taskbar, we'll if you can leave your email address, we can contact you in response to them. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Going somewhere, they're in.
We're good to go, Jeff?
Mine is still muted.
I should be unmuted. Am I unmuted?
Yeah.
You're unmuted. Yeah.
Yes.
We're just waiting for tech.
That's okay. Waiting. How you going?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah, good.
Good to go. Now, do we have Shelley with us?
Oh no, I'm up in the corner here on my own.
You're there.
Or Shandy. Is Shandy?
No, Shandy's not joining us, but
Shelley.
Shelley. Fantastic.
Hello, Shelley. You're a miniature there.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Fantastic. Thanks. Okay. Hi, everyone. We'll kick off with our consumer experts panel. So the theme for today's panel is individual stories, linking them to a picture of a better NDIS and mental health system. So pretty chunky topic, but we have some very skillful experts to help us solve the problems. And my name's Danielle Bayment. I'm the chair of this session. I hope you won't hear from me too much. I'll just be posing the questions, and I'll introduce you to the panel shortly. Before I do, just let you know that if there's anything that comes up in these sessions that you feel like you'd like to debrief or connect with a peer worker, there is a peer worker available. If you go to the exhibitor page of the conference and click on the first icon, I believe you can chat to Belle, who's our wonderful peer worker who's from the Mental Health Coalition South Australia. So I'll start by asking the panel to introduce themselves. I'm here with Constance. I'll start with you, Constance.
Okay. Hi, I'm Constance. I am a consumer of the NDIS, and yeah.
And an expert in many things.
Yeah, contingency plans is one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Constance. Jen, can
Yep,
you go, Jen?
I've been with the NDIS now pretty much since the early days when it started. But at that point in time, I was told not to mention mental health because I got on physical issues. So I'm actually fortunate in many ways because I don't have that fear of if I get better, will they stop my services? Because my physical health will never get better.
Thank you. Shelley? Yeah, you're on mute, Shelley.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So I am a lived experience consumer worker. I work at the Victorian Mental Illness Awareness Council, and I am an information and support advocate for people who are trying to access or are trying to engage with the NDIS. I don't have lived experience as an NDIS participant or applicant, but the panel have very kindly and openly welcomed me to speak as somebody who is familiar with the space, who has other lived experience of mental health.
Thank you, Shelley. And I think it's a great combination that we have on the panel is to expert NDIS consumers and a lived experience practitioner who is engaged with many, many people and has a kind of collection of a diverse range of experiences across the NDIS. So I think we're well set up for the panel today. So I just want to, before we start, let you know that we did have a really great pre-briefing the other day, and the questions that I'll pose to the panel today were co-designed by the panel members themselves. And so they were questions that they felt were the most important, that the most poignant for discussion today. So I didn't make them up. We collaborated around it. So the first question then, and this was a really powerful one that was important to the panel members, and I suppose it's partly a rhetorical question, which is, whose plan is it? Over to you guys.
Well, just the point, whose plan is it? Somebody else makes our plan for us. Somebody else tells us what we need. Somebody else tells us what we can get. We're sort of just a side issue in many cases. At least that's the way it feels. I don't know if it feels the same way you, Connie, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess when you look at whose plan is it for my diagnosis, or is it for me as a person? I'm hoping it's for me as a person, but
yeah, do I have
sometimes yeah.
Yeah, do I have to wear my diagnosis on my shoulder just to get assistance on the plan? Or can I actually be a person and have the right to be whoever I am and still get the plan?
When I think about the NDIS, I think about it, the historical context of mental health consumers and the struggles and collaborations that we have built upon and gained strength from. And I also think about other disability movements and other broader social rights movements. Self-determination and autonomy have been the guiding principles of the movements. And I think that a lot of people see the NDIS as a move forward for disability. I think that those principles need to be carefully applied to the NDIS. And I think that the lived experience voice and the stories that we're talking about today need to be really listened to by the NDIS. So it is in fact the NDIS plans of participants.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, so I think a lot of potential to be empowering, self-determined, but experiences are not quite aligning with that. And I think the conversation that we've had, and we had the other day around, you know, identity. What do I need to, or where is the importance of my identity placed in order to get the support that I need, and I should have a right to.
And the other thing too is who looks at the plan to say whether they approve it or not. And whether it's approved is often influenced by the experiences of that person or those people. If somebody who's experienced depression to some degree, and you've got depression as a major issue, it's quite easy to say, "Hey, I've been depressed." They just get over it. Because they don't actually know the experience of living in your shoes.
Yeah, thank you. It probably leads us on nicely to the next question, which is, what does it mean to be labelled as having a disability in order to get assistance? And I know that's been a fairly contentious issue with mental health, and the NDIS probably really, you know, has forced that in a way that in order to get support, people living with mental health challenges who perhaps wouldn't otherwise identify as having a disability have to take on that identity in order to get the supports. Yeah, Connie?
I guess for me personally, it's kind of disheartening, because even though you're doing so well, it's because of those supports. And if you don't have those supports anymore because you are doing well, and you kind of spiral downwards, then what, they put you back on again? It's just really confusing and really disheartening for me anyway.
And what about you know, what was that like for you, Connie, the label of disability? Was that something new that you needed to come to terms with the NDIS?
Definitely. I guess I was just told it was just a mental health issue. It's not a disability because it can be fixed, where a lot of people use the term disability as a lifelong illness or impairment.
How can it be fixed without damage? And when I was diagnosed when I was 22. I spent 30 years believing I was useless. And then I started trying to prove that I wasn't. And then when the NDIS come along, I suddenly had to tell them I was useless again to get the service. And, you know, so I have a disability, I agree with that, but do I have to be disabled? Do I have to actually not be able to get it? Like, I fall over, hurt my leg, give me crutches. I learned to work really well with crutches. So then take the crutches away, I fall down again.
A lot of the people that I work with identify as having long-term mental health challenges. And one of the things that they've told me as being really tricky is the fact that if they're seen to be thriving or doing well, the supports that they're given can be taken away. So it's a double-edged sword where people want to be doing well, but at the same time, because the supports are for disability, there's almost a disincentive to share how well somebody is doing. And I think that's really problematic. I don't think that the threat of having supports reduced are a good measure for people in the NDIS, because a lot of the people I work with describe their illness or their challenges as episodic. That's just one of many examples where I guess being told that you have a disability is really tricky, because you won't be the same week to week or month to month.
Jen, I'm wondering if I could invite you to reflect on it. So this fear, I guess, that you know, many people who with the NDIS, because they've been assessed as having a psychosocial disability, the fear that they live with, that if they do too well, the supports will be taken away. And I know you reflected at the start that that's not the case for someone living with a physical disability.
See, with a physical disability, it is seen as long-term degenerative normally, or at least not. And like, they don't put you in a wheelchair and teach you to use a wheelchair until now you then kick you off the service. But with mental health, there's this great fear that, as Shelley said, if I tell you how well I'm doing, if I tell you I'm coping, does that mean when my plan comes up, they're going to say, well, you're coping, you don't need any more. And the other thing too is a question for everyone. I can put a question out there. Why is it with mental illness, when you're given a plan, so often that plan isn't used to its full extent? Because that's another thing NDIS look at, even with the physical stuff. If they give you a plan and you have a third of it left at the end of the plan, your next plan, although they say they don't do this, but they do, your next plan has less because they figure we didn't need that funding. So what's not to be used in mental health?
Yeah. That's a great question, and it's one that we will absolutely come to. I'm not skilled enough to be juggling the questions around. But it is an excellent question that we will go to. I just have a question in my mind, Jen, for what you were talking about there in relation to the fear or the need that if you, as you said, if you got a wheelchair and then it means you can move around, you're not going to get that wheelchair taken away. But if you have psychosocial needs and the supports are meaning you can live a fuller life, there is a real fear that those supports will then be taken away. What do you think should be? What's the alternative to that?
I think the alternative to that would be like while you're really sick, you need extra support. But when you're ready to put those supports on hold for a while, that should be your option. But it should always be a back door you can come back in through. You shouldn't have to just, it shouldn't just be wiped out from under you.
Yeah.
I might need 50 hours of support for one while I'm really sick or really unwell. And as I get better, I may not need all that much, but it should be cut back as I feel comfortable doing it. And then the fear isn't as bad.
Any thoughts on that, Connie? Having more of a ability to scale up and scale down depending on what your needs are?
I guess maybe a guarantee that I will still be getting these supports no matter what. And even though I might be doing better, it just means that my goals are shifting. It just doesn't mean that I'm cured. It just means that I have different priorities now.
Yeah. So some flexibility around what is a priority in your life at that point in time, rather well, you've met that priority, so therefore you don't need it anymore. You don't need the support anymore.
Yeah. Because different things are going to come up that you've never faced before.
Yeah. Shelley, did you want to jump in?
Sure. So again, I always speak with the people in mind that I work with. Their ideas are the guiding principles of what I'm trying to say. I think when I think of what I fear around the NDIS, it's that it will become more punitive and more authoritative in terms of what people can and can't do and the decisions they make. If you look at the other mental health, I guess, structures around us, things like supported decision making, they've become very important in the discourse around people's lives. And I haven't seen the NDIS really absorb what's happening in the lived experience movement. And my hope is that the NDIS will listen to participants, and that way the fears can be dealt with, because there's fear in everyday life for participants of what's going to happen with their packages, and the NDIS need to deal with that.
Absolutely. That does take us on quite nicely to our next question. So we've certainly touched on this, but I'm interested in exploring further with you. What are your hopes and fears for the NDIS into the future?
I'm hoping that I am still supported. I'm still able to have that growth where I can say, well, I can actually do a lot more than what my diagnosis tells me that I can't. And I guess my fear would be, because I am doing so well, am I going to lose it? And then who am I supposed to turn to? Because I know a lot of government agencies, I guess, like the mental health, what do you call it? CARMI, which is the Southern Mental Health Team. You've got to reach a certain quota, I suppose, in the way that you present yourself to be able to get that assistance. And 9 times out of 10, I don't meet those kind of criteria. So you kind of feel quite alone and struggling like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I sort of, I can understand, I can identify what you're saying there, because you do, if you present well, if you say, I know what I need, this is what we want, this is where I want to go. So if you know that, you don't need our services. If you can, if you're well enough to tell us what you need, then you don't need us to do it for you. And what my fear of with NDIS, it will become an organisation where they actually predict what you need, and what services you require, instead of being something you want. Because to be accepted by NDIS, maybe you need to fit this box again, and it'll be sent up in boxes. Like, we've tried so hard to break down those boxes and become more than just a diagnosis. We want to be accepted as people. I mean, I'm no different than anyone else. It's just I'm smarter. No, it's just I see the world through a different lens. Yeah, and my palette is different than your palette, but that doesn't mean my painting's not as good. Yeah, so yeah, I guess my fear is that somebody will say what color my palette should be and what picture I should be painting to qualify as having a mental illness problem. So it's a challenge.
Yeah.
Thank you. Shelley, for the people that you work with, what would you say, are their kind of, biggest hopes and fears for the future of their NDIS?
I think that a lot of people have expressed to me, and I've observed, that day-to-day living is really stressful, particularly at certain times when they're dealing with the NDIS. So planning meetings, reviews, things like that, gathering evidence, gathering with different workers outside of the NDIS is very, very tricky. And so there's a constant sort of dot to dot of fear and anxiety, if you like, around that aspect of their life. From what I have heard, the fears of people who I work with on the NDIS, one of them is around the independent assessments that they're talking about that's coming up, and other different, I guess, administrative changes that will happen. I think that for a lot of people that I work with, the year-to-year challenges of the NDIS are just as big as the future worries of the NDIS. And I think it's really, I think it's a disaster, and it's really heartbreaking that people have to still worry about the day-to-day and month-to-month supports that they're getting for mental health. and or disability, depending on the language that you want to use. The whole point of this funding body was to make life less stressful so people could actually reach goals and, you know, live the best life that they want to. So yeah, my hope is that the month-to-month, year-to-year anxiety of the NDIS, that will go away and people can actually start living better lives with less bureaucracy.
Mm. Yeah, fantastic, and a really critical point. What you know, to all of you, what do you think? What do you want it to look like? You know, you've all identified this very real and fairly invasive fear in the lives of people with NDIS, and I think there are some specific experiences of that around people living with, you know, who have NDIS because of psychosocial. What would you want to change? What would you want to be different in the NDIS so that you didn't have to live with that level of anxiety around having services and supports in place?
I guess for me it would be a guarantee that I'll still have the NDIS, but even if the money changes, like, you know, because I am doing so well that, you know, I might not get so money in one area or whatnot, just have that guarantee that I'm going to be well looked after, that I'm still going to be supported, even though my outlook on things are different, or I have different goals because I'm achieving more than what I did without it.
I wonder, you know, this might be, it's a little bit radical, but, you know, I kind of think, and I, you know, work with a lot of people who are receiving NDIS, and I think if we want support, then we need it. I don't think those of us who don't need support would want it in our life.
Yeah.
And I wonder what that could look like, just for the fact that if someone wants support and is willing to accept it, that's evidence of need.
There is another problem I see, which is there's not many people in the areas, not many support workers who actually have any skills in the psychosocial area. I mean, most support workers I get don't have any, and if I get one that does, then they get transferred from me because I'm only seen as low need, and that other people are seen as high need. So we really need to upgrade the number of people in that area as well. Then if we upgrade them, then we run into the problem, are they going to need more, should they be paid more than an ordinary support worker? Because then the level of needs is more emotional, more, now they may not need to do the physical stuff, equally as draining, and psychosocial, you know.
Yeah. What do you, I guess, you know, a question for Ola, what do you, or Shelley, what do the people that you work with, what do they want in a service in terms of their psychosocial support, as opposed to, you know, the more kind of task-based? What is it that you want?
I want someone that can walk beside me, tell me that you're not alone, that you're going to be able to do things that other people have told you you can't. And just having that borrowed confidence from someone to be able to just even achieve the smallest of goals would be life-changing.
The people
Jen,
that
I know you said,
sorry.
No, go
on. The people that I've worked with have said so many different things that they want, that is almost the point. And if services really focused on the power of listening and active listening, then I think that would help services deliver the different types of things that participants want. I think listening is the first step. the background of a lot of support work in Australia, I think, comes from the broader disability space. And, you know, with the Disability Royal Commission and all of the stories that we heard there, we can see that that space really needs changing. Yeah.
Yeah, I sort of think that sorry, I've lost it. Sorry, carry on.
No, that's okay. You were saying before, you know, that the skill of the workforce needs to be, yeah.
It's sort of and I'd like someone very similar to Connie. I'd like to have someone who will, as I said, walk beside me and be there. I don't need someone who will, you know, I break down every, you know, I have these heart-to-hearts all the time with. But I like that somebody that I know that, you know, if I was having a hard day, they'd recognise that, and you know, and I wouldn't have to cover it up or feel guilty because because maybe I'm expecting more from them than their job tells me they should do. You know, right. You know, I'd like somebody to share that with me and do that. You know, that sort of thing, and maybe treat me as normal. I know that's really weird to expect, but you know.
Crazy, yeah.
It's really strange. Treat me as though don't treat me as I'm a label. Yeah.
What gets in the way of that, do you think? What gets in the way of, you know, being treated the way that you've described is important?
Sometimes it's fear, lack of knowledge. And I think sometimes it's just pure, because unfortunately, many people with mental illnesses or mental challenges actually put themselves in that category as well. Because with me, I was diagnosed when I was 22, and that's when doctors were gods. And when the doctor said to me, "That's it, you'll never work again, you'll never do anything again," I believed him.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we do tend to believe the worst of ourselves often. You know, people Google nowadays, so you Google schizophrenia and it tells you all these terrible things. You think, "Oh, I'm never going to be able to do anything." That's what Google says. It's not who we are.
Yeah.
I mean, Connie, I feel that you'd be quite a big. You know, you'd move mountains if only they gave you a shovel to do it with.
She does move mountains.
Yeah, and you deserve that. Everyone deserves that.
It's just I always find that because I can articulate, because I can express a lot of the time what it is that I'm feeling, people think, yeah, but you're not under the categories of, well, you're not extreme, you're not in the way of emotions, or you're not extreme in the way where you're having voices and all this sort of stuff. So you don't fit their perception of mental health.
Yeah, I mean, you're just not crazy enough. But they don't know what's inside your head. They don't know what you're experiencing within yourself. You know, they only know what you allow yourself to project. And you know that fear that most people fear they're going to be judged as being too sick. But I mean, I'm Sam Brackett. I'm very articulate and stuff. So people often see me as being a lot healthier, a lot better mentally than I truly am. And sometimes I get the guilt. If I'm having a really bad time, I feel guilty telling someone about it because their expectation of me is a lot higher than what I have. NDIS, you know, and the way NDIS is structured adds to all that.
Yeah, and some of us are just better at hiding their emotions or hiding your issues because you're afraid of what people are going to think of you, or sometimes people see, well, you're in the too hard basket, so no, we cannot help you. So you just don't know what fine line there is.
And
that's a really good point.
And sometimes we hide our emotions because it's the only way we learn to cope with things.
Oh gosh, yeah.
We've done it for as long as we can remember, you know. And to actually be expected to express those emotions in a distressed manner to get support is like, I mean, when I tried for my NDIS, I wanted to mention about mental health. I was told if I did that, there'd be no support.
Yeah.
And I sort of, you know, and that still sticks in my head. You know?
Yeah.
It's changed, you know.
Shelley, did you want to?
Quite often when I'm working with somebody who is trying to get on the NDIS, they will say to me the physical illness is much more obvious than the mental health challenges or psychosocial disability, as the NDIS frame it. And I think that says a lot about our stories needing to be listened to. You know, just going back to the topic of this panel, individual stories. If you can't see somebody's challenge, just listen and just have hope. You know, words like recovery are coming up, and I think they're all just synonyms for hope. Hope by services, hope in the human condition, that people ultimately do know what they want.
Yeah, it's quite a juxtaposition, isn't it, that the masks that people have very skillfully created to be able to navigate life in a way that it helps them to be safe is the very thing that then is getting in the way from you getting the support that you need. Yeah.
Have that hope being having our perceptions accepted.
Yeah, not having to have it assessed. Yeah.
Or some of us just don't know how to show emotions any other way because that's what you're conditioned to, is to hide those emotions because
it's basically looking at trauma. Trauma, sensitive care and stuff. I mean, when you do an NDIS application, if you've had a history of trauma, it can actually trigger a hell of a lot of that off. Because suddenly you have to acknowledge a lot of stuff that you haven't wanted to.
Yeah.
So that our next question, which really ties into this, is how much of yourself do you sacrifice to be able to get the assistance you need?
A heck of a lot. You kind of lose your self-identity. It's more, okay, well, I've got this diagnosis. This is how I'm supposed to behave. This is the criteria that I'm supposed to meet to be able to get that assistance. So that's all I can be to be able to get it. And sometimes it's just so bloody exhausting.
It takes a lot more energy to suppress the stuff than it does to express. to keep your emotions hidden takes a lot more energy than to show them. It's like with the voices. To hide the voices takes a lot more energy than to deal with them. But, I mean, as I said, I come from a slightly different angle because I have MS and I have a few other rather horrible physical things going on. So I have that physical, I have that support there. But I have the physical support, but it really lacks a lot of the psychosocial support because, you know, even though I've got time, got hours that will give it to me, we don't have the trained staff that can give that, or staff that understand the meaning of psychosocial.
So we know, and we did touch on this. I'm coming back to a really important point you made before, Jen, which is, you know, a lot of NDIS funding, I think only 61% of the funding nationally that's allocated for psychosocial supports is currently being spent. I'm interested in what the panel, why you think this is the case, and I think we've touched on a bit of that, but if you'd like to explore that further, and what could help turn that around so that people are able to get the most out of the plans.
One of the big reasons I think is fear. The fear of not having this, not getting, not knowing how to access the services. And unfortunately, it's made many of the services into businesses, this NDIS. So it becomes a business rather than a service. We become consumers rather than people. And a consumer, what a consumer does, it eats away, it consumes. So, really, I think it would be a lot better if we had more free programs that you could go to, or minimal fees for the programs. Because, like, if I want to go to a program inside, it costs money, and it costs a hell of a lot of money to go. Like, I don't want to pick on a particular program, but I'm thinking one particular place that used to be free. You now have to be a member of NDIS to go there.
Yeah.
So we're telling people that the only way they can get help mentally is to claim that they're disabled and they can't cope, and get services from money from NDIS to pay for service with one's free.
So I'm going to skip ahead here, but I really want to continue on that point and invite Shelley and Connie in to discuss that also, because I think that is the question of, well, what is the role of state and federally funded mental health services outside of the NDIS? Because I think what we've seen is exactly your point, Jen, that services that used to be free to people, suddenly which we know that we're funded by state and federal government, that funding isn't there anymore. It's all gone over to the NDIS. And then those services are exclusive to people in the NDIS. So what do you see is the role of mental health funding or mental health services outside of the NDIS?
For me, it's more like what services.
Yeah.
Because my diagnosis is trauma-based. You've got a lot to do with schizophrenia, bipolar, and that kind of thing. And a lot of the hospitals are able to help you with that. But if you have something that is more trauma-based, it's harder and harder to find somewhere where you can get the help. I think on one of the therapies, it's minimum 2-year wait.
Yeah.
I think that the state governments, and I speak from Victoria, but they really have to reconsider their role as not just being peripheral to the NDIS and the services that it specifically funds, but also focus and remember that the space outside the NDIS is just as important. It's not just peripheral to the NDIS. There are a lot of people who have mental health challenges, who might have short-term crisis. There are people who are young who find it very hard to qualify for the NDIS because when somebody is young, it's not necessarily seen as permanent. People over 65, they're not eligible for the NDIS, and a lot of people will still need mental health supports after that age. I think that there's a lot of ageism in that regard. Just because somebody is over 65 doesn't mean that their mental health challenges are age appropriate, that they deserve the same supports as any other age group in Australia. So yeah, I would argue that the state governments have to look at the space outside of the NDIS, not just see it as an add-on or a top-up.
Yeah, here's a tricky point. If we had better support systems outside the NDIS, would that then decrease the number of people who get unwell enough to actually need the NDIS? Because if we support people,
good point,
young kids when they become unwell, then maybe they will never get to where they need the NDIS. But yeah, I do agree with you, Connie. Trauma support-based assistance is really hard to find, and I applied to have my psychologist fees paid, but part of them. And their answer was that they don't see that psychologists is actually cost effective. With, I mean, I see her, I don't end up in hospital. I think that's cost effective. Yeah. Trauma based is becoming more accepted and more used and more looked into. It's not sort of something NDIS, and you really want to put it on your NDIS form, yeah.
No, but maybe that's a good question for the NDIS. How are they and how are they making decisions around funding in relation to, you know, people's ongoing challenges from trauma? How do they understand the role and the impact of trauma and the link between the supports that people need in their life?
And I mean, when you go to the doctor, you don't necessarily say, well, you know, this is what happened. You know, go back and all the history of everything. You know, when you're younger. But if you put down trauma, it's sort of, to me, it's like, when I don't use it as a term, because to me it feels like people start to think in their own head. They start putting their own ideas towards what's wrong with you and what happened to you and all this, and judge you. And it's that judgment. And I mean, NDIS does give me a hint of judgment. It does feel like you get judged. You know, if you're sick enough, if your application is good enough to make them think you're sick enough, then you get funding. Yeah. Anyway.
Shelley, do you want to jump in?
Just quickly, we've used so many different types of language when we express, you know, the experiences of mental health and with the NDIS. And I think that is really pivotal in stories, individual stories, and linking them to a better picture of the NDIS as well. What language does the NDIS use? What language do people like? And I'm really excited that that's an ongoing topic in my life, at work, and also, you know, in my own life as well. Like, what are our stories? What is the language?
I've learned to change. I don't use the word good and bad anymore, or illness. It's a challenge. It's not a problem. Because the words you use actually alter the way your mind sees things.
What language would you like the NDIS to value, Connie?
I guess just instead of medical terms or hard to understand language, if they just said, okay, well, you know, it looks like, you know, you're struggling with, I guess, for an example, being social, maybe saying, okay, well, why don't we try, you know, finding you someone that can help you do your shopping without feeling overwhelmed, instead of saying, well, oh, because you've got social anxiety, well, you're going to have to try this medication, or we're going to have to try this therapy. Maybe just talk to us as person to person, not expert to client or patient.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Because no expert is an expert in you other than you. Yeah.
And, you know, it's like, sometimes you do just wish someone to go shopping with you. I mean, someone to be with you when you're doing things. I'd love to go to movies, but I'm too scared to go by myself at the moment.
Yeah.
I'm anxious. So do I have to claim that, you know, the reason I don't go to movies is because I'm scared of them, when, you know, really, I don't want to say that. I just want someone to come with me.
Yeah.
And yeah, why do I have to make it a symptom?
Yeah. It's like, why do you have to justify you for being you? Why do you have to say, well, oh, the reason I'm doing this is because A, B, C, and D? Why can't we just say, well,
I need it.
I just need help.
Yeah. And the reason I'm ABCD is because why do you have to do that? Yeah, why can't we just say, you know, look, you know, I'm struggling with this at the moment. You know, can I have some help?
That's it.
There's some dignity of self-assessment required there, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, to be able to ask with dignity, I think is really important, Shelley. That word is so important and so very much destroyed by a lot of services. You know, the dignity of being who we are. We should be able to hold our head up and with pride for being the person we are, instead of always looking down and thinking, maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe I can't do this well enough, or maybe they think I'm too well. Yeah.
I think that the systems like the NDIS, they see themselves as a means to having a better life, but hopefully they will understand more and more as time goes on the point that they're not just a means to something, they're actually a part of the journey for people, and they're not separate to, you know, the other space of being alive and experiencing disability. The NDIS have to come to the party and be a livable, less stressful experience for people.
Yeah. And that's what I think people like us can do that, can help that.
Yeah.
We're almost out of time, Shelley. Can I please make one more comment? I love your picture on the wall.
it's
fantastic.
Yeah, I've been a bit distracted by that too.
I think it symbolises trauma. It's all over the place, all broken up. Yeah.
I'm in a work office. It is a beautiful picture.
Really.
Yeah. So before we there is a question. Can you talk about the value of support in the NDIS interview? That's to whoever would like to answer.
Okay. When I did mine, I had little to no support. I had all the information, and I was talking to it was the Mission Australia coordinator and
local area coordinator. Yeah.
Half of it I had no idea what she was talking about. And basically she said, well, you've got quite a lot of money. You can have it for your psychology and all that sort of stuff, but it was in a language that I just could not comprehend for the life of me.
Yeah, I have been known to say that the NDIS have corrupted the English language. The words are familiar, but the sense is hard to make from them. Yeah.
And I mean, it's all right to know how much money you've got, but then you actually need, I think you need, I've got one fortunately, a coordinator that helps you find out what your needs are, what you want, and how you want to spend that money. It's actually money, you're the one who should be making the choice, not some organisation.
Yeah.
You need to know, and just say you want to go swimming once a week, and you get you get anxious with the idea, but having funding enough to do that, and knowing that can come from your funding, because you have a core funding which a lot of stuff can come from, and it's not really explained to people very clearly.
Yeah.
It's a bit like the big bad wolf in the dark corner, you know. Everyone sort of thinks, well, he's over there. We'll leave him over there so he doesn't, you know. And you don't really understand what's behind it all.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it was designed with a good heart, you know, in many ways. But psychosocial shouldn't have been thrown in the back door to solve. Well, we just think about this now, you know.
So I just want to say before we go to the very last question, thank you very much to our three panelists. You, I hope, certainly for me, this is the most inspirational presentation of the conference. I think I always leave conferences and forget pretty much 90% of what was said, but I always remember, grassroots conversations like this are the ones that have the most power, I think. And so hopefully our audience feel the same. So thank you. And I do want to, before we sign off, just ask you for a final comment, and perhaps considering that the NDIA, so the agency that makes the decisions around how this works, hopefully with us today, or will watch this later, if you have one request for them on something you want to be different in the NDIS, one thing that you would want changed.
I want it to be more person focused, not you have to meet a certain criteria or a certain mark on, well, okay, you can achieve this, so now we're going to make you have less money because you don't need that level of support anymore. It's mainly like, okay, well, yeah, you reach this goal. You know, you have your good days, your bad days, but we're going to make sure that the level of support is always going to be the same.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a fantastic idea, to always have the level of support the same and acknowledge, you know, things like episodic challenges where we might have weeks where we're in bed, we might have other weeks where we can go out. I think that's an amazing idea. I agree.
Thank you. Thanks. Jen?
Well, just to actually see people as people, as individuals, whose needs, whose desires, whose plans are an individual thing. So, you know, let me be me. I hope we've planted a seed here today, and now that seed, I hope a beautiful garden grows. It's going to be weeds, but, you know, maybe we'll get a nice garden.
Yeah. I think you've all given the decision makers a very beautiful seed that hopefully will get planted. I think for me the most powerful and compelling themes that have come out of this today are, you know, bringing a human-centered approach. Let go of the need for objectivity and for, you know, assessing robotically everyone to fit into, but actually look at the human, trust what they're telling you is what they need.
Mind you, you do go through that robotic stuff for physical health too. You have to have all these assessments and, you know, reach this goal, not reach this goal and all that. But I think physical health is slightly different in many ways.
And yeah, I guess you know, a key request that I heard from you all for the for policymakers and government is take responsibility to take the fear out of this, because it's real and people are living with the fear of not getting what they need and not being able to have the supports that they need or having them taken away. So consider that responsibility, engage with the lived experience community and come up with a solution for taking the fear out of it.
I haven't touched on a lot of the trauma that I've seen directly related to NDIS experiences, because I didn't want to trigger anyone today, but it is very, very real.
Absolutely. Yeah. It certainly is. Thank you to our wonderful panel members, and thanks for everyone listening.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. And it's great to meet you all. Finished.
Hi there, can you hear me now? Anybody? Hello. Hi, Louise. Yeah, hi, Louise. Okay, so I'll leave this one.
Welcome back and welcome to the final session of the conference. I think it's fair to say this is a supergroup session. We've got a host of all those keynote people that you've listened to over the last couple of days, and they're going to be talking about the future of the NDIS and of the mental health system.
Thank you, Tori, and thank you, panel. If we were face to face, we'd do a round of applause for you guys. But as your keynote, as your keynotes gave us really good insights into where NDIS and mental health reform is at right now in this country. So if you could imagine a standing ovation, that would be good. Look, I'd like to start off this session by asking each of you to spend a few minutes giving us some take-home messages or reflections based on one or more of the conference themes. So the themes are human rights, innovation, interface, and lived experience. So if we start with human rights, I was hoping, Jerry, you might answer the first question on that. And I think there were a number of speakers and sessions that dealt with issues and problems with the NDIS in terms of delivering on human rights outcomes. Can you talk about where you think NDIS is currently at, and maybe give us a bit of visioning for how NDIS might deliver more of this in the future?
Thanks, Jeff. I'm happy to. I don't think I'm on video, so you might want to ask the technical people to. It's telling me they're blocking me. So
it's all right. You can keep talking, and we'll get up there in a sec.
Okay, good. I think I'm up there now. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to Stephen and Christine. Look, my reflection, I suppose, in terms of takeaway messages in relation to human rights is this. I think one of the fundamental commitments of the NDIS is to this notion of choice and control as a fundamental right of people with psychosocial disability. And that what we are seeing from people's experience in the scheme is, I think, that focus on choice and control is, I think, being really appreciated by participants. The other comment for me I would make is I haven't had a chance to hear all the sessions on human rights, so I can't say that I'm totally on top of all the issues that were raised, but certainly from the sessions that I've been involved in, often the issues of human rights are subtle. They're not the big high levels of people's rights. It's about what's the practice? Have people been listened to? Were they able to get the result that they wanted? And I think that many of the addressing of human rights is about the process of continual improvement within the scheme. As I've said today, there clearly is further work that needs to be done, and part of that is how we continue to talk with and engage with different stakeholders in addressing those issues and bringing those issues back and working in and across government to achieve those.
Thanks, Jerry. Now, Christine, Mike Slade said that no country has demonstrated that they've successfully implemented the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, and also talked about using World Health Organization tools such as Quality Rights to formally do this. Given the National Mental Health Commission role envisaged in the Productivity Commission report in setting KPIs and assessing progress, what are your thoughts at this stage around mechanisms such as the WHO tools and using those in Australia to improve human rights outcomes?
Yeah, I think I'm off mute now. And good afternoon to everyone. And thank you again for the opportunity to come back in on this conversation. It was great to share with you yesterday. Look, I think it's a really, really good question, Jeff. I think that, and perhaps I can answer it in two ways. One is, if you like, the front end of the question, which is, what would I consider if we were looking at an evaluation role, the merits of using international tools such as the WHO one? Absolutely. From my perspective, what we are looking to do in Australia is is to evaluate. And I want to come back and say why I stumbled over the word measure and brought it back to evaluate. We want to evaluate what is actually the outcomes for people in Australia. But I think benchmarking that at an international level and using those tools is a critical one. We've signed up to the United Nations Convention. We need to be there. I think the substance of this question for me, Jeff, goes to the fact that, and I embrace the fact that Stephen and his fellow commissioners have put this into the results of PC inquiry, that we need to move, as I read it, from measuring activity in our mental health system, including around the use of psychosocial support services, etc. Not lose sight of measurement of activity, but most importantly, actually shift to where we're measuring outcomes, measuring the impact. As Stephen and the other commissioners have said, this system, including around psychosocial supports, must be person-centred. It must actually be based upon what it is that will have the maximum impact for people. And as I talked about yesterday, from the Commission's perspective, that means how we're supporting people to thrive, not just survive, and how they can actually be supported to have a contributory life. So evaluation per se, I think, is a really significant concept. It's a really significant reform. Fundamental to it is looking at an outcomes approach, and an outcomes approach when you have a person-centred system is by definition what is maximising the positive impact for those who are receiving those supports. And in terms of what tools you would use, absolutely, we would look not just to those available here in Australia, but absolutely at an international level. And from all my experience of working with WHO, their tools are very strong, very good. So we would certainly be looking at that. And I think it would be completely appropriate, if not necessary, to look at the benchmarking of how the United Nations Convention ties in with all of that.
Thank you, Christine. Stephen, in the PC report, there are a lot of recommendations that essentially aim to deliver better results in terms of some basic human rights, such as housing and employment opportunities. But in my reading, the report stops short of naming UN agreements and treaties such as the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. Can you share a bit of your thinking around why you took this approach?
Yeah, so I think it really reflects the people doing the report. With all due respect to Julie, who is Julie Abramson, who was and is a lawyer on the inquiry. The inquiry was by economists, and we come from an economic framework, which is very different from, I guess, it's very much a first principles sort of framework, rather than saying, oh, well, we've signed up to this agreement, therefore we should be doing this, or there's an agreement over here, we should be doing that. I think we've ended up, though, very much in the same place. So I knew you were coming with this question, so I actually searched human rights in our report, and I'm sad to say it comes up only about 5 times. So other than various bodies who presented to us, we only mention it about 5 times. But then Jerry's summary that, well, really we're talking about choice and control by consumers, and my reaction is, yes, that's it. That's exactly the objective. That's what we mean by a person-centred system. So I think it reflects that this is a report by economists rather than a report by human rights experts or a report by even mental health experts. I would though want to add one thing though to what Jerry said. He's talked about subtle issues in making sure that we're satisfying human rights obligations. I think one of those subtle issues is making sure we avoid assumptions, because if we certainly, I was on a learning experience through this inquiry, and I was helped so much by consumers and carers. I was also helped by clinicians, and some clinicians put up with some pretty aggressive questioning from me. For example, psychologists, talking to psychologists who are providing services under better access. And, oh, are you recording your client outcomes? What do you mean? My clients are getting better. Well, actually, the stats show that many people go to about 4 sessions or 3 sessions and then never turn up again. Are you saying that they're my clients go on for longer? Yeah, but how do you know they're actually improved? Do you ask them? And until we change the mindset, the clinical mindset, so that it is choice and control by consumers. And we actually don't know if face-to-face psychological therapy is working in the field until we ask the consumers, is this helping? Is this getting better? What other things do we need to look at here? You know, it's got to be a conversation with the party that the services are designed to serve, and that's focusing on the outcomes.
Thanks, Stephen. And I do think that really highlights one of the reasons why I think in Australia we've talked a lot about concepts like recovery and consumer-centred, but one of the things that strikes me is if we look at human rights in terms of outcomes or deliverables, it helps us to keep in mind that things like choice and control or consumer-centric shouldn't be kind of pigeonholed into, I guess, the existing parameters of a service, and they should be, I guess, open to making sure we're actually delivering or focused on delivering those outcomes rather than just continuing to do the same thing that we might have done before, but calling it consumer-centred or recovery-focused. I wanted to move on to the lived experience stream and maybe ask you the question first, Stephen. I was impressed at your comments when you were delivering the draft report, where you essentially said that you're on a steep learning curve, and in terms of understanding the importance of listening to lived experience and juggling that with other voices of clinical expertise. And as we move into the implementation stage, hopefully, is there anything else you wanted to emphasise regarding lived experience as we go into this new phase?
Yes, so really, let me just reiterate what I said earlier today, which is that lived experience has to be embedded right through the system. And it goes back again to what outcomes are we trying to achieve? We're trying to achieve outcomes for consumers. Well, how do we do that? Well, we have to have consumers at every stage, people with lived experience at every stage, so that we get, we've got the right mirror that we're looking into. Because you can look into a mirror that's the clinical mirror and get told, hey, this is a great program. But again, if it's not coming up with the outcomes for consumers, you're just looking through the wrong lens. You're looking into the wrong mirror, and it's worthless. So you need to have embedded right from that local planning level. So what are the gaps at the local level? Well, the best people to know about the gaps at the local level are the consumers at the local level. They have to be able to have an active voice. And that's more than just saying we're going to consult with consumers. It means that consumers have to be on the board. You have to have people with lived experience at the PHN level, at that local level, all the way up through to the National Mental Health Commission. You need to have that level of input and that level of reflection to make sure that we're heading in the right direction. As I mentioned earlier, we consider that there needs to be separate advocacy from the consumer perspective as well as from the carer perspective, and we think that needs to be funded. The final thing, you mentioned juggling clinical and lived experience expertise. I actually don't like thinking about it that way because, again, I think it's not a juggling act. If the clinical services aren't reaching outcomes that are desired by the consumers, it's not a juggling act. It's not saying, well, let's give them, clinical services have no value. So it's not a matter of juggling them. And again, it goes back to that fundamental point of economics that the services only have value if they are valued by the consumer. And I think as long as we keep that starting point, which goes back to Jerry's point about choice and control by consumers, as long as we keep that, it's not a juggling act. If a clinical service can't show that it's coming up with outcomes that the consumers want, it's got no value.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. We could talk for a long time about whether it's juggling or not, but I think I should move on. Jerry, I think one of the key issues around lived experience over the next couple of years with NDIS is about workforce. The NDIS needs more workers. and there are many people with lived experience who want to help others. It looks like a match made in heaven. What are your thoughts about how we can grow the lived experience workforce in NDIS?
Jeff, can I first comment just on lived experience? Because I think just following on from Stephen, this issue that one of the fundamental things is about choice and control. And if I can just quote an example from a session I was in this morning, which was a story of someone talking about a woman who was talking about her sons who are in the scheme, had tried for 28 years to get the right pattern of service. And what they understood was they had to pick an agency and workers within that who met the very particular requirements of her family and hers, in this instance, her sons. And for me, in terms of lived experience, we actually need to understand this is more than the traditional workforce supply. It is also about the diversity of experience. Now, the second point I'd make is we, at the moment, are not putting enough emphasis on workforce. We have done a major initiative in terms of Recovery Coach, and people will know that one of those support items that's been structured is Recovery Coach lived experience. And in doing that, that was a very deliberate attempt to provide a distinct support item, which was recovery focused, which respected lived experience. So from our perspective, it's early days in that initiative, but it's a really important initiative because often other functions within the scheme are broader roles that we're trying to bring lived experience to. We need roles like Recovery Coach that recognise the particular contribution. Many people with lived experience do not want to do practical work. They're not wanting to be cleaning houses. They often will do that work, but it is in the context of recovery. The third point I would make is what I think we are seeing is a very emerging diversity in the workforce beyond the traditional specialist psychosocial service providers. And we, I think, are seeing the notion of lived experience workers within traditional NGOs, but we're also seeing great interest in what I would call an individual practitioners. People with lived experience setting up their own small businesses. I see, again, your match made in heaven. Many people who want to do work in this space are cautious about taking on a job in which they will then lose health benefits or particularly a pension. So thinking more creatively about how we might support people. If we look at the comparator I'd like to present to people, if we look about psychology, mental health psychologists, fundamentally we have a group of sole practitioners in that area. We have a model which is large NGOs, but I think the other trend for the future to watch is the development of sole practitioners. Delivering recovery coaching for 38 hours a week is a pretty hard job. And I'm not sure there's going to be for many people with lived experience, that's something they want to do all the time. So I think, just to summarise, I think this is an answer, is a combination of strategies. It certainly needs more government focus on workforce strategy. It secondly needs much more creativity in sourcing a diverse income from service providers. And the third element seems to me is, what support do we need to be giving to this new stream of lived experience worker who wants to set up their own business, providing a range of recovery orientated services?
Okay, thanks, Jerry. That's it's obviously a complex area and needs more consideration. So Christine, you've talked extensively about lived experience in your work already, and the National Mental Health Commission has a great track record in this area. Is there anything you want to emphasise right now?
No, thank you. And look, this is one of those topics, isn't it, that we could just talk all day about, because not only is it a broad-ranging topic, it is of critical importance. And I've got to fully endorse what both Stephen and Jerry have said. And Jerry, that was really an interesting concept, I think, about the sole practitioner. And I think that's really worth looking further into, because I agree. I think it's got a lot of flexibility and application to it. Couple of things. I think picking up on the concept of lived experience, similar to what I comment on when I talk about the concept of mental health. We use two words to describe something which is incredibly deep, incredibly broad. And I think there is a whole conversation that we now should move into, which is to say, I think we have won the argument that lived experience is important and indeed needs to be central. We haven't won the argument as to how to do that most effectively. And I suspect it's because we are treating it, as we did in early days, as broadly as we treated those two words, mental health. We're getting better now at talking about specific nuances within mental health. I think with the next iteration around lived experience is to be really specific. There's lived experience, as Stephen has just said, in terms of a person-centred approach to treatment. In fact, I'd go a step further, Stephen, and say that whenever you go into that psychotherapeutic component, really the thrust of what you're trying to do is help the person unlock their own of engaging in their recovery journey. You can't do it without the person, as distinct from I can ask somebody to set a broken arm and just be indifferent about it. You cannot be indifferent about engagement in your own treatment. You just can't get there. Secondly, outcomes have to be outcomes that are very much around that person. So it is core, it's central. Then you look at how does lived experience help us shape policy, service formation and service delivery. That is, you've got a couple of approaches there. You can take stories, or you can take thematic analysis of stories, and you can then say, how does that have those touch points? We've got to work that one out. You have lived experience, which must be involved in advocacy. Again, you have choices between stories and between thematic approaches. You then go into the space that Jerry's been talking about, which is workforce. Now, in terms of peer workforce, the Commission, I think as most people know, has been doing some work around the peer workforce guidelines. I think that work, which has been very much co-designed, has emphasised that this is not one-dimensional. This is about peer workers. You have your peer support workers, but you have peer workers, as I said yesterday, at all touch points with the system. So I think we are going into the brave new world of the second iteration around lived experience. And it really is about, let's deepen our conversation. Let's make it targeted conversations, whether it's workforce, whether it's outcomes, whether it's assessment, or whether it is support, whatever it may be. Let's be very targeted and go on that journey together so that we can take the breadth of experience. Because final thing I'll mention, and this is in the broad context of mental health, if the definition of lived experience is I have experienced something, it's every Australian. So let's actually look at what it is we're wanting to talk about within this broad construct. If it is psychosocial supports, which is incredibly relevant around the NDIS, let's be very specific what the topic is, what we're targeting, and how we want to involve people with lived experience.
Thanks, Christine.
Jeff, could I just add a comment to Christine's about lived experience? And I think that's Christine's making such an important point from, I think, the agency's perspective. It is, and from some of the feedback I'm getting, it is experience of psychosocial disability, not mental health. Many people at the moment, in terms of the psychosocial recovery coach, are saying, "Oh, I've had a bout of depression. I think I'm able to help someone who's had a long-term severe mental health issues." And I think we need to understand, and we do need to work towards some more definition of that in relation to the NDIS is the point I want to make, because I think we do need to understand this concept of lived experience of the disabilities associated with severe and persistent mental health. And I think it's secondly, that work that's come out of, I think, the work from the Commission, and I think certainly in the textbook peer work in Australia that I was a little bit involved in, it is also about that ability to not be able to push in your own experience, but to help people to reflect on their experience. That is so important, so that helping them to support. And I do think we do get a bit of experience, a bit of feedback, which is, had a peer worker, but they wanted to tell me what their experience was rather than listen to mine and help me in my decision making. And that's quite a subtle process for all of us, because we all like to express our views about things. So I think understanding some of those subtleties is also a part of, I think, it seems to me, a maturation process around workforce for lived experience.
Yeah, thanks, Jerry, and thanks, Christine. Look, I think lived experience workforce is an area where a lot of people across the country and internationally have done significant amounts of work, and we heard from Louise Byrne earlier today. I think we know what to do. I think we know how to do it. What we haven't really done is put our ducks in a row in terms of saying we're going to make this happen and make it happen well. And so I think Mike Slade's characterisation on day one to say we've just plonked people with lived experience in roles where the culture's been horrible and they've had to try and carve out a space to do good work. Hopefully those days are gone, and in this next iteration we can actually get a lot better in describing roles, in supporting roles, and getting better at articulating the skill sets for different types of lived experience. And we certainly have a great advantage in this country of having qualifications that are suitable for peer workers, but there's also a lot more we can do in practice in terms of community of practice, professional development, peer supervision, and things like that. So really looking forward to that next phase of actually trying to do this well in more parts of the country. We've got some questions now coming from delegates. So this one's for you, Jerry, and it's, can you talk a bit more about SIL and about SDA for people with psychosocial disabilities living in congregate care facilities, such as boarding houses, supported residential services, where people's mental health is negatively impacted by those living environments?
Certainly. We start with SDA. SDA is essentially a subsidy stream to fund alternative accommodation to the sort of boarding house, congregate care living. So it is, I think, an important stream of financial assistance to fund essentially providers in the marketplace to provide more contemporary accommodation than some of the more traditional settings. SIL is a really important part of the program for people with psychosocial disability. I can't give you the actual figures. I'm trying to think of the actual figures in dollars, but essentially we have about 11% of our total expenditure in the scheme in relation to psychosocial disability going on SIL. Often they are for quite intensive packages of support. The comment I would make, I think, is the agency has been reviewing its role in relation to SIL, and historically people would be aware we've worked on a quote system, so it's very much been an individualised based around particular individual needs. That is an area of considerable cost pressure within the scheme, so people may be aware there are sensitivities in relation to getting good value for dollars in relation to SIL, and I think that is likely to be a continuing theme given the scale of the expenditure within psychosocial, but across the disability sector in relation to SIL. Again, I think SIL is responding to such significant levels of need, particularly with people with very complex support needs, and is providing significant funding. To give people a sense, the average expenditure within the scheme on SIL is $330-something thousand, in the low 30s. a very significant level of funding in response to that group of people who I think often have been neglected. So certainly the scheme is responding to that group, and we have seen significant numbers coming in to SIL within the scheme. So the other comment was really to say, there's a real question about what outcomes. So I think your earlier points, Jeff, about what outcomes are being achieved. Is this a residual investment? Do we see that a recovery-orientated approach can in fact help people to have reduced levels of disabilities? That, I think, is one of the interesting challenges going forward. What we are seeing in the scheme at the moment is people generally are coming into SIL, and we are not seeing at the moment at a global system level evidence of significant outcomes. So that would be great to actually look at a more detailed examination of what outcomes are being achieved, what might good packages of SIL look like in the future. That's a really critical point. What are participants finding work? What should the agency be funding that deals with consumer preference and evidence-based data about what works?
Thanks, Jerry. And I think there's a lot we've got to learn about the next steps of supporting people in the NDIS. I think like probably maybe it's unrelated example, but in the United States, when they looked at developing a homeless strategy, they put a bunch of people who were previously homeless into housing, and they came back a bit later and said, expecting to find people saying, "Oh, you've done a great job," but people said, "Oh, I'm bored, I want a job." And so, so I think with the NDIS as well, there's this progression around, I guess, supporting people to get better accommodation than what they're currently getting, and then continually working with people and people sort of lifting their eyes and saying, "Oh, I want to achieve this," or "I want to achieve that." So hopefully we can see a progression as well in terms of what people are getting out of NDIS in these different programs. Another question that's come up was essentially one to expand on talking about lived experience and what it means. So Louise Byrne earlier talked about lived experience as having had an experience that has changed your life and shaped decisions and experiences. How do panel members respond to that definition?
Who wants to go first on that one? Look, I don't mind having a bit of a go. I think that's a good description, certainly. I think that lived experience, and here, and I want to take your point on this one, Jerry. I think we're really looking at that intersect, particularly around psychosocial disability, as distinct from the broader mental health one. I think it really does come down to the reality of what I have had, so the reality of the challenges. But it's not just, I think what's really important about lived experience is that analysis of it that we can each do for ourselves. So it's the reality, if we're taking our psychosocial disability and the reality of what those challenges have been or are for me, part of my lived experience is what is negative about that and what works. So I think lived experience is in its entirety. So I think lived experience in the terms of how it connects with me is what is my reality, what is my reaction to that reality, and how do I choose to manage or not manage that reality. That is my personal lived experience. When you're looking at lived experience in terms of contributing to someone else, and I think it's an incredibly important point you've made, Jerry, it's in some circumstances, me telling my story might be of benefit. But actually using lived experience is being able to say, okay, I take my reality, I take the challenges of it and how I've responded to it, and I draw on that to create in me an empathetic, compassionate, and positive, proactive way of engaging with someone else to help them actually articulate their own reality. I think it's a very personal thing that I draw on to use. That's probably the best way that I could try and start to put it. But it's a very, again, if you see, I think this demonstrates the point. to put a label on it when it's something really nuanced is really quite, it's challenging to unbundle it. Jerry and Stephen, help me out. I probably
I think you've done very well, Christine, very well. Look, the other comment I want to make, and one of the stories we tell, I mean, I think Louisa's word of life-changing is right, but my experience as being a service provider of lived experience and talking with many peer workers is it doesn't change lives overnight. Because someone walks in the door and says, I've had similar experience to you, it's a much more subtle long-term process. I think one of the issues that underlies it is this notion of people seeing someone else who's been through that journey. But this notion, if I'm really feeling unwell and very depressed or not even talking, this notion of hope and purpose. And often I think this is such an important thing of a lived experience in psychosocial, because in many other areas of the disability sector, the need is practical support. You know, people need practical support in the day-to-day life. Lived experience is how we model hope and how we model purpose. I have to say, we do need to deal with what a number of people would say to me, why would I want someone with lived experience when they're actually often sicker than I am? What have they got to offer me? Now, I don't think that's true, but one of the points is there is a stereotype. It is part of stigma in Australian society. So not everybody understands what lived experience is. Those of us who've been around, who understand it, and Stephen and Christine have led this work and the more contemporary work, understand its importance. But I would suggest, in terms of life-changing, we need to introduce peer work to many people. 50% of the people coming into the NDIS have not had access to other psychosocial or services, support services at the time they're coming in. Many of them are not exposed to the role models and some of the wonderful people with lived experience at this conference and in this country. So I do think, in terms of talking about life-changing, yes, I think that conceptualization, and Louise did a fantastic presentation, I thought about that today, but we do need to understand some of the barriers to lived experience. We need to be able to introduce it to people in a tangible way. Why would I have put my money into someone with lived experience when I can get someone to clean the house or do the jobs for me? Well, so I think there are some real questions for us as we go forward in this next iteration, I'd suggest. And I think I very much support what Jeff's saying and what Mike Slade was saying yesterday. We need to not just use this as window dressing, but actually understand how lived experience can help people to some of the better outcomes. But we also need to articulate it, I think, in a way, and Christine put this well, which it's such a personal thing. It's so difficult often to codify what works, but it is such a real and forceful reality that we need to be supporting, and certainly within the agency, we're trying to do that. I find one of my staff brings lived experience to our policy work, and that's such, a unique perspective. I often go, why didn't I think about that? So it's such an important part of that process.
I think, just to follow up on that, and apologies because I didn't see Louise's presentation. I don't like the idea, well, it's a life-changing, because that starts to become, to me, it starts to become too close to saying that I will be defined by my mental health or my mental ill health. I think it's really, when we're talking about lived experience, it's part of my life experience, which is one part of my life. Does not dominate me. It is one part of my experience. Will be, hopefully can be, of value to other people who are facing similar challenges to the challenge that I have faced in the past. And I think I prefer to focus on lived experience that way, because you wouldn't, if you think of physical ill health, you don't define people by their physical health or their physical ill health. I have a terrible arthritic right hip. People don't say, oh yeah, that's Stephen with the arthritic right hip. You know, nor should we say you are defined by your mental health. Everybody is much more than that. It's an experience, it's part of your life experience that you can help other people. Just as hopefully if there's somebody else out there who's got an arthritic right hip or left hip and wants to know about exercises to do for it, I'm your guy. That's what we mean by lived experience.
And look, can I just come in, Jeff, just to add a little bit to that? I think if you think of clinical experience, is that bit I have learned when I've gone to uni or whatever I've done, and that informs me as to the clinical components of what I need to do. The reason lived experience is so absolutely not negotiably critical when it comes to devising models of service, engaging with people, etc., is it says just knowing the clinical steps of something is not going to actually enable sufficient connection across with the person. So I think the value of lived experience is that it says, how do I take the clinical bits and actually integrate them or connect with them and make it work in a personal way? And I think that in service delivery, so much of that is the nuanced part that unless you've walked the walk, you can't even begin to articulate what it is that makes for a good and effective experience that will lead to an outcome. So I think that is why it is so absolutely critical and essential, because if all you do is put the pieces of a clinical bit together, you don't guarantee in any way connection with the person and what their needs are. Whether you're looking at psychosocial, whether you're looking at mental ill health more broadly, whatever you are looking at. And we found this in the work I was doing around suicide prevention, when people translated that to be saying, I need a compassionate approach. I understand I need health services. I understand I need medicalized things, but the compassionate approach is an essential part of me even being able to engage with those supports or those helps. So I think the role of lived experience, and again, it's coming back to it, you can look at it from the perspective of being the lived experience worker. And I think, Jerry, you've captured that really, really well. It's about how do I do that connecting in? But it also goes into your service models. It's so many touch points.
Thank you for that. That's a really good discussion. And I think the point you made earlier, Christine, about us needing to have much more conversation around what lived experience is and how we use it is really important. And I think listening to the, so some of the chat from the delegates, this is a really hot topic, and I think there are a lot of people around the country who'll be really happy to have that conversation with the National Mental Health Commission. And I also think that there's a fair bit of work to do to move lived experience from a place where people feel like it's a marginalized skill set or piece of the puzzle to a place where I think all of you are saying it should be, which is front and center. And so that's also, I think, an important part of how the debate might change from what I guess Professor Slade was talking about of essentially peer workers going into a hostile environment to a place where there are these spaces where we want peer workers, we need peer workers, we need lived experience to be front and center in a lot of our services and the linchpin, I guess, of it. And I think that might actually change the nature of our debate and discussion as well. But there's a fair bit of work we've got to do to get to that space. But I really appreciate that that now in what you're saying, it's front and center in policy and in terms of our visions, I guess, for the future of mental health. I think we're starting to run out of time. So I think where I'd like to finish up this conversation is just to ask each of you to talk to the conference delegates. I think the conference delegates who are participating in this are passionate about mental health, and they might want to go and to a barbecue, or they might want to talk to their local MP or their state MP or their Commonwealth one, or people in various departments of government. They might want to write submissions. And I know, Stephen, that you had a strong message when you released the Productivity Commission report, that you want us to support all of it, not just our favourite bits. But I guess my question to all of you here to finish off with is, what can people who come to this conference do or say that might be helpful? And possibly as part of answering that question, you might want to dwell on what might be unhelpful as well. And who wants to go first?
I'm happy to kick off on that one. Because you referred to, my very strong view. One of the problems when a report like the Productivity Commission's report comes out, 103 actions, you will inevitably end up with some people saying, gosh, I like action 23, 25 and 54. I'm not so sure. And you try and pick and choose. And we've tried to set up a package, and I hope people treat it as a package. How do we keep the debate going forward? I think there are two levels. Firstly, I think, and I hope, that we are at a time when, in some ways, the political stars are aligned for reform in mental health. It's not seen as a party political issue. It's not seen as a federal or a state issue. I think right across Australia, we see a willingness by governments to engage in mental health reform. That being said, we're in the middle of a pandemic at the moment. The next crisis may be 6, 12 months away. We've all got to help politicians, the influencers, to keep focusing on moving that agenda forward and keeping steady progress. I'm always worried about the perfect being the enemy of the good. And sometimes you can say, well, we've done steps 1, 2, and 3, but where's 4, 5, and 6? And we need to recognise progress where it's being made, but we need to keep pressure on to make sure that the progress continues. But I think from the Productivity Commission's perspective, that idea of keeping that it is a package of reforms. The other area that I think individuals, particularly, and this is really at the individual or the small group level, the local level, I think we can make a change and influence at that local level. Have a chat with whoever's on the PHN board. Find out who's on, and you'll probably find there's somebody on your local PHN board. Just say, do you want to grab a coffee? I'd really be interested in finding out what you're doing on mental health. Use just very informal contacts and keep pushing for innovation at that local level. So you'll see something coming out of the Productivity Commission in the next couple of months. It's not on mental health, it's on acute physical conditions, but it's looking at innovation at the local level. And so one of the things since the report came out, since we finished the mental health report, one of the things we've been engaged in is going around the country, virtually I will say now, going around the country and finding out what's happening on the ground for chronic care. And there's so much innovation happening around Australia in chronic care at that local level. Just individual GPs, PHNs, might be the local hospital, doing stuff that's really innovative and really making a difference. And I think if we can start to get more of that in mental health and get that enthusiasm for local innovation in mental health, then we can start building up from the bottom, which is where you get innovation, as well as the politicians can restructure, can get their agreements, can get the framework from the top. And then hopefully we'll meet in the middle with real reform.
Thanks, David.
I'm happy to go next if you're finished, Stephen. In terms of what we can do, I want to probably first of all start with saying Community Mental Health Australia and its federated organisations is an organisation that we connect with. No? So Bill Guy sits as the Chief Executive on our National Mental Health Sector Reference Group. It's an important forum to provide input. So certainly through your state and territory associations, through Bill, there clearly is an established mechanism to inputting to our processes. So I'd be encouraging you to take up those initiatives. And I think it's important to highlight some of the, which we probably haven't in this conference, some of, I think, the terrific innovative work that's going on in the state and territory associations. We received a significant literature review around service models in regards to psychosocial recovery, which is being developed by Mental Health Victoria under a grant that was provided to them by the Department of Social Services. As you may know, we fund the Mental Health Coordinating Council for the Reimagine Today website. So really important mechanisms. And I think while there's lobbying about or representation around particular new strategies, I wanted to emphasise there are some really important established mechanisms, and we're keen to hear from people around the country in relation to those. The second point I'd make is in the NDIS world, we have some very specific reform agendas in 2021. They are specifically around independent assessments and planned flexibility and personalised budgets. We have consultation papers out now. I also wanted to mention that as part of our process of developing those, we have recognised that we need ongoing technical input in relation to both independent assessments, planned flexibility and budgets. Mental Health Australia has been nominated to sit on a reference group that we've established to bring sort of ideas and feedback to the discussion of disability stakeholders to the agency's work in further refining and developing those. So I'd encourage you to, if you do have particular comments and have passionate views around those subjects, write to us. Consultations are open. The responses are open till the 23rd of February. And Mental Health Australia has set up a couple of forums now, but if you have ideas, please use Mental Health Australia to contribute those. So for us, the government is clearly committed to some significant scheme reforms. I think we are very keen to get those as right as we can get them. They are sensitive and important issues. So from in our world, I think that's really important. And my last comment is, from our perspective, I think all of the work that I think Stephen and his team have led in the Commission and Christine's work is so important in shaping what I think is this emerging environment for reform, because we know if we can get more people psychosocial supports earlier, then I think we will reduce the level of disability. So I suppose I'm just plugging there to say I think it's really important for us to watch the way in which the government responds to the significant policy work that's been undertaken.
Thanks, Jerry. And Christine, final words?
Okay, so wow, I've got to come right in behind Stephen and Jerry and say it. And Stephen, I'm going to acknowledge, I keep now thinking of and using that phrase, don't let perfection become the enemy of the good. I really, really like that. I think one of the, if I look at it, I probably have three key things that I'd observe, Jeff, that might be relevant. Firstly, we're at the point now where we have the content. We have, through the Productivity Commission review, through the Royal Commission review, through the Royal Commissions that touch on other things, through a whole number of different areas, and the work we've been able to do in suicide prevention, we've got the content. So the really big questions now for government is we recognize that this is like having, if you like, colloquially, not one, not two, but 3 really big Christmas dinners all at the one time. And how the heck do we digest this? It's all been put in front of us. How do we digest it? So the challenge is, and Stephen said this himself, you can't do everything in one go. And having spent a large part of my career across in corporate world as well as in the area of community work and mental health work, so frequently where things don't succeed is not in not knowing the content and not in not having the plan, it's in the implementation. And that is going to be a really big challenge. How do we work out what to do first? What are the foundational pieces? And then what are the bits you build on top of it? And it will be a journey. It will not be perfect. There will be things that could have been done better, that don't stay better. So I think the first thing that I would encourage all delegates about is we are on a journey. And we all know that if you're on a journey and the time is getting tough, helping people stay on the journey, but doing it in a very positive, proactive, encouraging way, I think will help us. I don't think there is a disinterest in this any longer. In fact, I think there genuinely is a commitment to doing it. So staying positive, staying with us on the journey and helping us see where we need to keep shepherding it in to make it better, I think is absolutely critical. And I think everyone has a role to play on that. I think secondly, Stephen heard it, we heard it in the Commission everywhere around the country, and I talked about it yesterday, stigma. Stigma actually exists, and it's not just, as I said, that attitudinal stigma, deeply embedded in our system are so many touch points where the result of somebody disclosing that they need mental health assistance, psychosocial supports, whatever, results in a negative experience for them. We need a lot of help in digging that out, identifying it, and the only way we're truly going to reduce stigma in Australia is if it's a collective movement that we're all involved in. And thirdly, and it's the topic we've been talking about today, lived experience is there. All of the expertise that is coming through from these reviews, etc., is putting it firmly, squarely on the table. Now, as we know, don't do anything for us without us or anything to us without us. Don't let the lived experience implementation happen without those who have the lived experience actually understanding what are the key questions we've got to ask, what are the debates we've got to have, what are the key priorities that have got to be addressed. Because if somebody is looking at that concept of lived experience and isn't getting the nuances and the inputs that they need, they'll try and do it in a way which may not reflect what those of us with lived experience really want. So I would say allow the reform process to go forward, support it, recognise that it's not going to be perfect, keep encouraging and keep informing. Secondly, make it a collective movement in Australia to really reduce stigma, because again, it needs those voices. And thirdly, and most importantly, own what it is that lived experience looks like and has to be. And understand that's going to be a big topic. It's not going to be an easy one, but if those with lived experience don't do it, then we're going to be the poorer for it.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think you'll agree that was a fantastic panel and some great information coming out of it. Thank you, panelists. Given we're not here in person, you just got to imagine stomping of feet, loud applause, and dancing in the streets. So, so in people's lounge rooms and in offices, that is happening right now. But thank you very much, and really appreciate your participation in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
On you, Jeff. And that, as they say, is a wrap. So thank you all for being here, and for just a few final farewell words, we're going to throw now to Bill Guy, the CEO of Community Mental Health Australia.
Thanks, Tori. Thank you. And if I can hold everybody's attention just for another 4 minutes, that would be great. First of all, I just want to thank Stephen and Christine and Jerry, and I think David Spears on ABC Q&A better look out. I think Jeff Harris is after your job, so look out. I will begin with a very quick acknowledgement of country where I am. I'm in the Blue Mountains at the moment, not my normal space, so it's the Gundungurra people, who were the original custodians and owner of the land. And I want to pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. I will just note that I've come up here because I was at a funeral of a dear friend today, and he's not a famous person, nor was he rich, but was a wonderful healer for 50 years, and attest to it, 350 people turned up to his funeral in the Blue Mountains there. And he was a man that lived that life of compassion that Christine talked about before, that core value of compassion. Let's hold to those core values in all the diversity and the different voices that we've got here, because that will help unite us. I will just quickly give a few quick thanks, a closing remark, and a call to action. So please, at least don't hit the leave button until we've got to the call to action, if you wouldn't mind. First of all, obviously, thanks to the team at CMHA, the organising committee, the sponsors, exhibitors, the presenters, and to you, the attendees. I guess we call you that at an online conference. And though there's no substitute for face-to-face networking, one advantage of an online conference is that you can show the presentations that you like to colleagues, as against some comments of some scratched notes that are spit short on the detail the day after you come back from a conference. You can now convey the full experience. And so from Mike Slade's international perspective and the comprehensiveness of Vision 2030 presented by Christine Morgan, and the great and essential value of the lived experience role and workforce so well attested to by Louise Byrne, who also clarified the values and organisational culture that are needed to release the full potential of that workforce. And similarly, the once in a lifetime opportunity that Stephen King spoke to, that the PC report, along with other reports we've acknowledged, such as the Victorian Royal Commission, etc., now offers for major system reform. And also, as Jerry Norton reminded us, if we can maintain the momentum for change in the NDIS that so many have contributed to, such as the almost unstoppable late Tina Smith, to whom we dedicated this conference at the beginning. If we can maintain that momentum for evolution in the NDIS, it provides Australia, because of its scale of resources, it provides us with an opportunity to demonstrate a real recovery-oriented approach that will empower and produce the citizenship and CHIME, C-H-I-M-E outcomes, look it up, that Mike Slade referred to at the start of the conference. But I don't underestimate, of course, the size of our challenge ahead of us. But let me take advantage of this opportunity while I've gathered you all here. That sounds a bit narcissistic, doesn't it? But maybe so. But let me end with a call to action, particularly as we may soon be headed to a federal election. And while there are many things, as Stephen said, we need whole of system change. While there are many things that need to change and improve, there is one pivotal and tactical change for the community mental health sector that Jeff Harris spoke to at the start of the conference. So let us align at the local, state, territory, and national level around the need for funding a psychosocial support program adequate to meet the needs of all those people outside the NDIS, as at a minimum 150,000 identified in the PC report. And in this, we should be bold and seek to advocate for a program that can demonstrate real social and emotional well-being outcomes, be adaptable at the local level, co-designed, co-produced, and co-delivered in local communities. And through that, give birth to a real community mental health and wellbeing platform for all Australians. So thank you, everybody, and thanks for your attention. Please respond to that call to action through all the organisations that you're connected with, your state peaks, the other national bodies, the people here on the conference, the presenters, and my phone's always available, so please contact. I think this is the time, but let's make it happen. Thanks, everybody.